Hey, David. I saw that. I saw that. Hello again, everybody, live from Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes Bowl in Fort Myers, Florida. We'd like to bring you week 28 of the Oaks Farms Premier League, the #1 added money league in the United States. $20,000 added to this league by Oaks Farms of Naples, Florida. Again, we want to thank Alfie Oaks, Robert Eddy, for what they've done for the world of bowling here in Southwest Florida. I'm Larry Lichtenstein. I will be your host for tonight's action. Again, this is week 28. Now, the way it works is after 36 weeks, there'll be 12 bowlers making the stepladder finals. I don't know the format yet. I will have it for you. 33% of the league has a chance to make the big money in the roll-off. The top 12 teams will make the roll-off. The roll-off will be May 5th. It might be 2 days. It might be May 5th and May 6th. We will have that for you as the season goes on. Again, 12 teams for the action and the big money coming this May. Again, great weekend. We're coming off of a fantastic show up of the greatest pros in the world today, Jacob Buttriff, Chris Barnes, and Sean Maldonado really winning this event and going up to Brandon, Florida, and winning the PBA regional event. Heck of a weekend for him, $5,000 in money winnings. Stu Williams finishing second here Saturday, shooting .300 and getting $1,000 from Dave Forbes of Audi. So he made $2,500 for finishing second. It was a long format. Again, we've got the same format at the end of this month. $5,000 guaranteed first place by Eddie Foods. This coming weekend, the iRoof Southern Region Non-Champions event. Bowlers over the age of 50, 49 and under. 2 divisions. We will be live streaming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend. Then again, the Eddie Foods, March 27th, $5,000 added. Then the PBA National Tour stop here, April 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. I will be live streaming Pro-Am Day. We'll have Johnny Petraglia in the booth with me. Dave Forbes is going to be making a $5,000 donation to Johnny Petraglia's charity. Audi is sponsoring the Pro-Am with $5,000 of prize money, and Hammer is the sponsor of the PBA event. That will be handled by Flow Bowling. I will not be on the air for that. Very understandable. They own the rights to all live streaming. No different than when I was PBA Player Service Director. I had the rights to the parking lot for all the ball drilling. So we want to respect Flow Bowling. Maybe they'll have me in as a guest. Maybe I can talk a little to the bowling fans around the nation that they have. We expect a great week. And for that week, I can be a spectator. I can walk around and watch pair to pair. And quite frankly, that's what I did as Player Service Director. It's going to be a great week, for all of us. Again, April 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, the Fort Myers Hammer Open. Let me show you our cameras this evening. 9 through 12. Nope, bad voice. Bear with me. Excuse me. Have had occasional voice problems, so it's just one of those nights. An old man with a voice problem and a hair problem. 13 through 16, 17 through 20, 21 through 24, 25 through 28, 29 to 32, 33 to 36, and 37-40 for tonight's competition here in Southwest Florida. Again, the concourse starting to fill up on both sides, the high end and the low end. Bowlers coming in. We'll have the front approach cam on tonight for a few shots. Let's take a look at the standings in the second half here. Back to my roots, that's the team with Evan Baranicki with a great chance to win the second half. Bowlers with Attitudes in second. A. Schwartz Roofing in third. Very close. Keep in mind we have two halves for this league. Then the top 12 make the roll-off year-to-date points. That's the top 12 teams, year-to-date points, making the roll-off. And yesterday, 20 awards. John, 20 awards yesterday in the Audi League. 22-day usages won. Broke the record, which was 13. Was talking about it with Dave Forbes today, the general manager of Audi. I don't think he was prepared for that one. 22-day awards won last night. It kept flying the last couple games. 800s, 300s with handicap. It was scary. It was all over the house. House opened up. Everybody was striking. One of those weeks. Happens in the world of bowling. A lot to do with weather, humidity, obviously time of oiling, and obviously all the bowlers getting lined up, which was unbelievable. Again, let's go over some of our other tournaments coming up. The Paradise Vintage Market Senior Handicap on March 13th, sponsored by Brian Copeland. Brian Copeland, a wonderful man, bowling tonight. Here's our Audi Pro-Am. Check it out. $200 gets you a ball, an entry in the Pro-Am, a 3-day pass. Jerry Michelanic's 5-game handicap on March 20th, sponsored by Jerry and Better Homes. Jerry bowling tonight as well. The Heinz 57 on March 21st, very popular event. I believe it's already filled. A man, a woman, and a senior. And our 5-game sweeper Friday, the 5th, $1,000 guaranteed first place this Friday night. I will be live streaming that here from Lightning Strikes. Of course, the Ray Stevens 9-pin no tap March 28th. That's Sunday. I will be live streaming that as well. And that's starting to fill up. An amazing amount of action here at Lightning Strikes in Southwest Florida. Another great evening of bowling coming your way, courtesy of Robert Eddy. Robert here tonight, saying hello to everybody. A very popular owner. There's a friend of mine, the great Al Hultheiser, right there in blue, out of Reading, Pennsylvania. USBC Team All Events winner 1992. Bowler's Journal doubles winner in 94 and 96 with Pat Healy. And there's Paul Zulke right there with him, who won the doubles in 1997 at the USBC Nationals. 2 Eagle winners right there who became best of friends because of their championships at the Nationals. What an honor it is to have those 2 men bowling with us. There's Jerry Michelanic sitting right there to the left, and David Forbes right there, trying to rub to see if he has any hair left, who gave out 20 Audis last night. 4 very prominent people in our bowling center right there. I love putting the camera on them for what they've done for bowling. An unbelievable generosity for all of them. And the house filling up. There's Ricky Ward walking at us tonight right there with his bags. The Bulldog, 6-time PBA champion. Bowlers coming in from around the region, getting ready for tonight's action here in Southwest Florida. Bob Mason on tonight, Bill Plunkett. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for another great evening of league bowling here in Southwest Florida. Weather today exquisitely wonderful. Today I felt it a little bit. They say the Moderna vaccine causes a little fatigue. I did not feel it yesterday. I felt it today. When I got up, I went, Whoops. I was up about 6. Normally I get going, feed the cats. Felt a little tired. I said, well, let me lay down. It's about 9:30. I got up. I went, whoops. Went and checked on the cats. Let me lay down. It's 11 o'clock. I got up. The same thing happened. I went, oh, my God, I feel it. Got up today at 3:30 and was thinking about not coming in here to do the live stream. That's how tired and fatigued I felt. Feeling a little better now, but they say you feel it with the Moderna. I felt it. Other than that, everything's great. No chills, no aches. Very happy about that, but very interesting to feel that little bit of fatigue today. I did not expect it because I didn't feel it yesterday, but I felt it today. Those 71 years felt like 91 years. Luis Carlos Gamarchan, welcome aboard. Luis Carlos, thank you for joining us. John W. Senior, welcome John W. Thank you all for taking time out of your lives to join us, and the numbers are starting to increase as people are coming in for tonight's live stream. Then there will be action tonight. I will be live streaming the action, so stay aboard with us. Don't leave us. We had great bowlers bowling last week in the action. Evan Baranecki winning, shooting 800. Put on quite a performance. There's the great John Rakoski, two-time amateur challenge champion, walking right by you there. There's Stouffer. Again, we got some horses in this league, believe me. Stouffer and Baranecki bowling in the PTQ qualifier for the World Series this weekend. They will not be here for the iRoof event. They could be. They might have to rush back, but they are going up to Tampa to try and make it in the World Series of bowling. Wishing them a lot of luck, of course. And getting ready for week 28. Chuck Jennings on. Hello, Chuck. Thank you for joining us. Week 28. Friday night, 1,000 guaranteed by Adam Zulke, iRoof. That's going to be a lot of fun watching that. I like when there's 1,000 up for a sweeper. That's big buckaroos in today's bowling world, folks. $1,000. The iRoof sweeper. I love it. When we have those $1,000 and $2,000 and $3,000 payouts, keep in mind, March 27th, the big one, the Eddie Foods Open, $5,000 guaranteed first place. Daniel Gacera giving me 5. He's won enough Audis in this league to have his own dealership. I think he's won 9. He gave me one of them. Said I could have one. It's very nice of Daniel. There's Adam Zulke walking towards us right there in the orange and black to the left. iRoof, he's the owner of iRoof. Sponsoring this weekend's event. He's a great bowler, formerly out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Trained at Wichita State with Gordon Vatican, knows Sean Rash very well. There's Big Adam walking right at us. Stouffer walking at us. And we got horses in this league. There's Baranecki with his equipment right there, getting ready to bowl. The young star, the graduate of Weber. He's great. He could win an event in the World Series. He's that good. No surprise to me if he did. I believe he'll make the cut in the rabbit. Great thinker, great technician out there. Here's Adam Zulke getting ready for another night of action here at Robert Eddie's. Lightning Strikes. What a name. Lightning Strikes. And as you can see, the lightning is striking my dome right here. And I was told that if the lightning struck my dome, my hair would grow back. So I try to get directly under the lightning, if you will. And it hasn't done a thing. I'm going to move the camera, see if the lightning will go right there. No, it didn't do a damn thing for me. I'm out of luck. I'm going to be bald regardless. I want to fix the glasses. They're a little crooked. There we go. How's that look? Oh, it looks pretty good. All right. So we're going to be rolling with you shortly. And today's Johnny Petraglia's birthday, 3347. I'll tell you a great Petraglia story. I had a crown jewel that I finished 8th with in the 74 Tournament Champions. My last tournament as a touring pro. And I brought it out with me on the Fall Tour 74 with my first drill press. And I said to Johnny, I got this ball. It rolls fantastic. I'd like you to try it. That fall, he was not with Brunswick. He was using Columbia equipment. And I asked him if I could drill him the crown jewel. I had resurfaced it by hand. There was no label on it. So Harry Golden said, you got to give it a serial number. So I used the serial number 3347. I said, John, what do you want to put on it? Put my birthday on it, 3347. So today I texted him, happy birthday, where's the salmon-colored crown jewel? And he answered back, I don't know what a crown jewel is, but thanks, Litch. But here's the story. I drilled it up for him. With 4 weeks to go in the Fall Tour, he went second, first with that ball. Davis beat him in one event. I don't remember who beat him in the other. He had 3 seconds and a first in 4 non-televised events with that ball. I started the winter of 75. I think Brunswick signed him the end of 74, and he went back to Brunswick in 75. But he used that crown jewel the winter of 75. Then the LT48 came out in the fall of 75, and the crown jewel was pretty much done. But we gave it the number 3347 for a serial number, and today's 2021, a story from a long time ago, 47 years ago. Little Larry's story and Johnny's story, and he will be our recipient of David Forbes' $5,000 check to Johnny's charity, and David Forbes, sitting right there, lower right part of the screen, is going to give Johnny $5,000 on Pro-Am Day for his charity, and he also put $5,000 into the Audi Pro-Am for our Hammer event. April 11th, 12th, and 13th is the Hammer event. The 10th is the Audi Pro-Am. So, big action here in April. A legend getting recognized with a charity. Dusty Barnett on, Bill Plunkett on, and of course all of you coming on now. Little by little, we're getting some people. Thank you for joining us again here in Southwest Florida. Scott Cobb right there with Jimmy Shirk. Scott Cobb doing his exercises. James Oswalt there flirting with the girls as usual. And the place filling up. Joe Lassick right there comes over from Lake Placid. About 70 miles one way. 140 miles a night to bowl. Lake Placid, Florida, the home of the legend, Dave Davis, my dear friend, who I saw Monday, who is recuperating. Carissa Robson on. Hello, Carissa. Don Cornett, welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you. Got my loyalists on there. Carissa, Don, Bill, Dusty, Chuck, Bobby Mason, Doug Clark. The loyalists are on. Rich Cheney, John W. Got our little club here. You notice the chatting going on. House Brown right there, that top right of your screen, retiring today from the Navy. Turned in his papers today, announced his retirement. 25 years serving the United States as a Navy chief. Said it's time to retire. I don't blame him. All those years of serving the country, Ice Martinez, all those years. And now he can enjoy his life as a normal citizen. Wonder what he's going to do. 25 years in the Navy. That is a long time, folks. House Brown. Is that the perfect name for him or what? I mean, he's about 280, 290. That's a house for sure.
Folks, farm holders, welcome back to Lightning Strikes.
All right, guys, welcome back to Lightning Strikes. I didn't realize we were this late. So this weekend we have the non-champions event here, sponsored by iRoof, which is Adam Volke, and he is sponsored that event. There is a sweeper on Friday night. It's 5 games, $50 entry fee, and he is guaranteeing $1,000. So iRoof, Adam, thank you guys for that. And also, nothing. You guys feel good tonight. Hold up.
All right. That was quick. Normally David's running a raffle or doing something. And here we go. It's practice time here in Florida. Another night of bowling. And we get a chance to watch Seed to Table on 23 and 4 with Allshire. That's Stouffer's team. And then we bring up the cameras here to the higher end. Get a chance to watch the iRoof team with Adam Zulke right there. And RG Strike Line with John Rakoski to the left. iRoof to the right on top. Al Hultheiser, Dave Covington right there in the top right screen. Really good bowlers there. Scott Cooper, the bottom, bowling great. Lefty having a great season average-wise. And Evan Baranecki's team. Back to my roots with John Van Baren there. Left bottom. Baranecki, Tyler Altman. So we got great bowlers to watch on the split screen tonight. Billy Seymour, John Rakoski there on 25 and 6. The Zulke's 29 and 30. Al Hultheiser 31 and 2. Got some horses. I like watching horses. Flory Caban. And here's the group.
Over here.
Had a chance to talk to the great Tommy Kress from Rochester today. He'll be here for this event. Tommy Kress bowled Hugh Miller for the championship in the 1980 Quaker State Open at Grand Prairie. Finished second to Hugh Miller in that event. ABC Sports televised event. Byron Nelson was a guest at that event, a guest of Chris Schenkel. Byron Nelson coming from his farm in Texas to sit on that telecast, and Kress finishing second, the 86 Masters to Steve Wonderlich. Could have had a major, could have had a PBA. A few balls away from both. Had a wonderful conversation with Tommy today. Tommy, a legend in Rochester. I'd love to go up there and eat at Agatina's. Boy, would I love to have dinner at Agatina's. I don't know what I would do if I walked in there again. I ate there in my life 50 times. With Petraglia, Pappas, Harry Golden, Tita Semez, Roy Buckley. couldn't add up how many times I ate at Agatina's. And if you like Italian food, that place, that's in the top 3 in my life. Agatina's, the Appian Way in Schenectady, 2 old ladies hand cooking everything in the back. Everything they make themselves, the dough, the bread, everything. 100% homemade at the Appian Way. When I go back to New England this summer, I am going to take a ride up to Albany, stay a night. Of course, the Capullos don't know it yet, but I believe I'm going to take the RV up, spend a night or 2 behind their center if they'll let me stay, watch their Classic League, and have dinner at the Appian Way. Lisa Michelle on. Lisa, we got a house in the house on 23 and 4. Oh, Tommy, you're on already? I didn't realize that, Tommy. You're the best, Tommy. You're like a brother to me. So glad we're going to see each other in about a month. I haven't seen Tommy in 7 years. Tommy suggested I use Decon in my hair in the early 80s, and it worked. Tommy used to tell me I had a rat's nest for a hairdo, and I needed Decon. So I tried the Decon. Now look, thanks a lot, Tommy. Look what you did to my hair. I thought we were friends. Decon for liching. Lisa Michelle's been invited to Las Vegas? God, Lisa. Well, after the pandemic's over, I'm sure that there'll be a Hall of Fame induction in Las Vegas next year. They will have missed last year's and this year's, which is unbelievable, considering Bobby Learn was voted in, Marianne DeRupo, Patrick Allen, Bill Crispin, Barbara Crispin, Mark Williams, but no induction ceremonies because of COVID. So I was with the last group that got inducted, 2019. Chris Barnes, Mika, myself, John Davis, Jim St. John, and Bob Johnson, and Kelly Kulig. So when we go to Vegas next year, it will be 3 years since the last induction. How's that? And I can't wait to go back and watch those iconic figures get inducted. I won't miss that. I don't drink anymore, so it'll be a cheap week. And if I can get a sponsor to fly me out, pay my expenses, maybe I could wear their shirt. Maybe I could talk some unsuspecting ball company owner to pay my freight. I doubt that very much. You've never been to Vegas before, Lisa? Just remember, Lisa, if you sit down at a blackjack table, they're hungry. They haven't made a lot of money in the last year. Be very careful. Don't send it in like I did in 1970. They dry cleaned me in 2 hours. And the viewers are starting to come in now on the stream. Thank you all. I'm Larry LICHSTEIN. I will be your host tonight for this league and the action after the league. Again, this is the Oaks Farm Premier League. If you see Audi League on your live stream, technically we missed that tonight. Please accept our apology. This is the Oaks Farms League, not the Audi League. We missed that before we got on the air. We could change it now, but it's a little too late. So we're going to leave it the way it is. It's not the Audi League, it's the Oaks Farms Premier League. Again, my apology for that. Rick Wilbur loves the action. Lisa Michelle doesn't gamble. Butch Smith says, have fun tonight. I will, Butch. Hope everything's well with you in Kenosha. Got a very nice weekend. 75,000 minutes watched. 4,000 to 5,000 views, and that's only when we were live. That does not count people who watched later in the week, later in the day when we got off the air. So for all of you, thank you so much for taking time out of your lives to be with us. Yeah, we're televising tonight lanes 9 through, let me see if there's anybody on 41 to 44. No, 9 through 40. These are the bowlers we'll be watching this evening. Lanes 9 through 40. There's the boss, Robert Eddy. The supreme leader. And 25 and 60, 7-10 pair. You saw it again with Rakoski.
All right, bowlers, as you're wrapping up your practice, don't forget your 64-man bracket starts tonight.
Yo,
That bracket's sponsored by Seed to Table. So the top 64 averages is in a bracket tonight. It's up there at the new booth that we are going that we built. So pay attention to the bracket. It's with handicap, and you guys bowl well tonight.
all righty. We're off and ready to go here at Lightning Strikes. Yes, last weekend was, hey Renee Waddell, how are you? Last weekend was fascinating, watching greatness. You know, when Buttriff and Walter Ray and Chris Barnes, you know, are in for a local event, Sean Maldonado and Pontus Anderson, Thomas Larson, Brian Robinson, we were honored. And Maldonado naturally winning here and then going up to Brandon, Florida and winning a regional there, made 5,000. In 3 days. That's a lot of money in 3 days. Of course, Tom Doherty bowled, Walter Ray Williams bowled here with us. Barnes was fascinating to watch. Buttriff, just gifted, just a thoroughbred. And a good friend of my son's. My son's bowled the ABCs or USBCs with him. I'm friends with Jacob, have been for a few years. Jacob is an ambassador already, a goodwill ambassador, loved by the public and loved by his fellow pros. Sometimes that's hard to do. It's hard to have everybody like you. But Jacob is one of these people that everyone likes. It's just remarkable. Always smiling, always a gentleman. Takes a loss as good as anybody I've ever seen. I always told my kid, Michael, you got to learn how to lose. He said, why is that, Dad? I said, well, you got a 190-man field. There's only one winner and 189 losers. What do you think about that? He says, well, you got a point there. I says, everybody that's going is going to win, Mike. They ain't going to finish 9th. And if they finish 9th, they want to know why they didn't finish higher. The only one that got what they wanted is the winner. Michael bowled this past weekend. Didn't bowl a knee in a year, made the cut, and lost to a young man named Randall Dunbar, who's 16, a two-hander, who I coached at the age of 10. He's a phenom, folks. Remember the name Randall Dunbar out of Rhode Island. He is a phenom. He won the NEBA at 16. He beat my son in a round of 16. Then he beat Brian Bogosian, the 1999 Masters champion, to win the event. I don't know who he beat, but I will tell you one thing. He was also second, I believe, in the PBA Junior event here at Jupiter. And he shot 300. He's gifted. He's wonderful. He's exciting. He smiles. He's congenial. And the people are going to love him. And when I saw him as a 10-year-old, I loved him. The first time I saw him and I saw him smile, I said, he's beautiful. He's just a beautiful boy. And he's still that way. And I would love to see him again and congratulate him. Won a NEBA at 16. Believe me, it hasn't happened many times. 190-man field, beat them all. Youngest bowler in the field, beat 190 bowlers. Cooper Gates on. Welcome back, Cooper. Of course, Rick Wilbur was on. Everybody knows his son John, the 34th 900 in bowling history. I've often told people about my 300 at the 2009 USBC Open Championships at the Las Vegas Convention Center. A lot of people don't know I bowled 300 in 2009, right at the age of 60. .124 in game 1, 176 in game 2. Enough to make you vomit. Then I shot 155 in game 3. Flew 3,000 miles to bowl 455 in a team event. Got off the lanes and immediately got in the locker room and started to cry in front of John Janowitz and Pete Couture, who I was bowling with, and told them I will never, ever, ever bowl again. I'm done. A year later, my son and Ricky Ward got on the team with me and Janowitz and Couture. We finished 38th. Second game I bowled with Michael, we had 557 in the doubles. I had 258, he had 299. Next year in 2011, Michael and I finished 39th in doubles with 1402. The last 3 years I bowled, I was right at 1900, all events, and then I quit. So I quit on a good note. Felt real good to quit with 3 1900s under my belt instead of a 1640, which I bowled in 2009 when I was crying like a little 2-year-old because I didn't know how to bowl. Larry the Crybaby. .124, 176. Welcome to Las Vegas. I went in a shock after game 1. I'll never forget it. The opens just kept happening, and I kept looking at those guys, and they couldn't look at me. They were frustrated. I said, "How can we bowl with this guy? He stinks. Why are we bowling with Larry?" Well, one of the guys on the team bowled a 94. With Janowitz and Couture, they had a 124 and a 94 on from their teammates.
Your bracket will start next week. So still bowl as good as you can, but your bracket will start next week.
Again, good crowd tonight. I love the tables in the back. It's called the chill area. You go back, you eat, you have a drink, and you chill. And nobody bothers you. You can sit alone, just dream a little, Think about your job, your girlfriend, your bank account, next car you're going to buy. Just chill. Yes, Dave Seeberger, I survived my COVID shot, but I got to be honest with you. Today I felt that I did not get off the couch till 3:30, and I knew it was fatigue, but I feel better now. I almost didn't come in. I was going to use that as an excuse. You know, it's always a good excuse. It was a COVID shot. But I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, if you use that for an excuse, shame on you. Do not use a COVID shot as an excuse. Cooper Gates, your fan club's been waiting for you. Renee, Ajayk, where's Ajayk? Lisa, Rick. I'm jealous, Cooper. You got more fans on here than I do. We're going to have a talk about that, you and I. How about Texas today? No masks, dropping all state requirements. All. And Mississippi also. Wow. I hope they're right. I pray they're right. Yeah, I get my next shot on Monday, let's see, 29th, Dave, up at Sebring, Florida, about 88 miles from where I live each way. I love the ride over there. And I could stop and see Dave Davis in Lake Placid. It was about 68, 70 miles from me. The actual Publix I went to was about 18 miles from Dave's house, so I could go visit my dear friend of 54 years, get a shot. I got the Moderna shot. Dolly Parton got hers yesterday and made a song about it. She was big in Moderna. She put a bunch of money into that, I guess. Can you believe they call the 1956 Cadillac front bumper the Dolly Parton front bumper? For obvious reasons. How do you name a bumper after a woman? That's crazy. The 56 Caddy front bumper is called the Dolly Parton bumper. A little car trivia for all of you. Well, Cooper, they could talk to me. What I found is, which I did not know when I started doing this, that the kindness opened me up. What happened was, everybody was so genuine and so real that I was not, apprehensive. You don't know until you do something. I didn't know what to expect on this thing. All I know is I love doing it. And what I found is a lot of people say a lot of nice things. And they also, put their feelings out. If there's something where we make a mistake, if we lose sound or, the cameras are blurry or I get muffled or whatever. And they're not saying it in a demeaning way. And when we do have conversations, what I have found is everybody is very respectful of everybody, regardless of what part of the country they're from, men, women, what country. I think everybody realizes we all love bowling, and that's the best part of all, is we enjoy the sport of bowling. Obviously, this is an amateur live stream. This isn't Rob Stone and Randy, but we try to do what we can to build the sport, and we have great people with us commenting, so it became easy. It's actually easy for me to read people's feelings and relate to them like I know them, which, quite frankly, I would not have ever figured on. But it is what it is. It's a nice little learning for all of us that it can happen online, considering some of the viciousness that we read online, which is horrifying. Not vicious here. Excuse me. A little hoarseness tonight. Tom Irwin, 20 Audis. Dave Forbes was into shock today. 20. It just never stopped. I think games 2 and 3, there was like 14 and 4 in game 1 and 12, and it was 3 or 4 800s. It was like, wait a minute. I mean, eventually he'll get caught up with all of them, but it's going to take all summer. Yeah, I don't think any of us knew how many would be given away. I did not have any idea that would be the number. And we could have changed it before the league meeting, but we went with it. And it was Dave's final decision, of course. They're his cars. And lo and behold, it's at about 145 right now with 6 weeks to go. But so they'll be happy when this season's over. 145 two-rate rentals, 290 days. Figure it 100 a day. It's 29,000 in car rentals, not counting gas. I mean, you know, it's obviously their replacement fleet. The tooth is good. The hair sucks, but the tooth is good. Still a little cringes. Still taking antibiotics. And I found something to put on when I got a little sore. Neosporin. Rubbing the gums with Neosporin really helped. Doesn't taste too good, but that's a good antibiotic. That works too. And Joe Panko coming out of surgery today now, ladies and gentlemen. A 4-hour surgery on his ankle. I got a picture of it in the phone. Joe, thinking about you, my dear friend. For all of you, a serious surgery for Joe. 4 hours, Joe, of surgery on an ankle. Praying for you, my friend, that you heal comfortably. Joe Panko, one of the finest people I've ever met in my life. Just a treasure. Sent him some text today, told him I was praying for him and his health, and I want him to walk again and be strong. 4 hours of surgery is a long time. I was contemplating hair surgery, but the doctor said, don't waste your time, it won't work. So I'm going to be domed, or if you will, doomed, depending on how you look at it, for the remainder of my existence on this planet. Similar to the Tiger Woods surgery, oh my God. Who would ever thought we'd have been thinking that joke 2 weeks ago, huh? Similar to a Tiger Woods surgery. Joe, we're all with you here. You know that, don't you? Our little group that we got, we're with you, brother. Now let's take a look at some of these scores. Again, lots of strings, and several bowlers getting out of the chute up the high end with big numbers. If you'll notice, 25 through 40 looks a little higher scoring than the low end just by a glance. Rye Kanepik on. Hello, Rye. The tooth is good. The hair's terrible. And the bank account could be replenished. Take my word for it. But I have no complaints. Little fatigue today, I believe, from possibly the long weekend. And then I didn't have a day off Monday, driving and going to Dave Davis's and then getting a shot and then working last night. But I felt it today. I felt my 71 felt 91 today, but I'm here. I swore I would not miss a live stream. You thought terrible was different from absent. I don't even know what that means, Cooper. You have a much better command of the English language than I do. I'm just an old man trying to talk everybody to sleep. Dave was up yesterday and walking a little. Called me to let me know. Thanked me dearly for being with him and helping him on Monday. I had to really sit and talk with him on Monday. Tell him how much I loved him and that I was his brother, and that I would do anything for him. And I said, if you and Joanne need a little help, I don't work on Thursdays. I would be happy to come over once a week, help you do some laundry or whatever you got. And I meant it. I would drive over every Thursday for him and his wife. But he was up yesterday, told me he did a little walking with he has a walker to hold on to. No, Andrew, Dave stopped bowling several years ago. His health has become very frail. Had open heart surgery 15 days ago, and it knocked him for a loop, and he had lost a lot of weight, but the heart is functioning 100%. The kidneys are better. John Rukoski rubbing my head, making a wish. Thank you, John. But Yui was very determined on the lanes and a very driven man when it came to his professional career. Very punctual, very articulate, and he will get back. There is no quit in this man. Obviously, there's probably some days of depression when you're 79 and you're bedridden somewhat, and you're wondering if you're going to be healthy enough to even walk. And I told him he is healthy enough to walk and has to do it a little each day. And I told him, if you want, I'll come on Thursdays and walk with you. And we'll go slow, and if you get tired, we'll sit down in the grass and rest. And we'll get up and walk again. So I'll keep you all up to date. But his heart is 100%. And the doctors told him they did not believe he was still alive. Had 3 arteries removed, 100% blocked, 98% blocked. No blood going to the heart, and the heart was still working. How's that one? I guess he's strong enough to live, isn't he? Yeah, 710 on 26. Go figure that. That's not supposed to happen. Let's go down to 26 here and watch this young star right here for number 6, the great Daniel Gacera. Oops. It's called the Sean Maldonado Tyler Armour slide, where they hop. Harry Smith did that. McAlanick catching it off the wall for 6. Followed by the Bulldog, who was probably bowling The worst he's ever bowled, but no practice, bad knee, 40 hours a week in the pro shop, and bowling is not at the top of the list. But the Bulldog is great, still has a beautiful game. Oh God, that's a bad break there. 6-7 on a high hit for the Bulldog. Not fair. Not fair, folks. Now, Paul Zulte coming up on 29. Zulte, again, an Eagle winner. And now Holtheiser right next to him. Both Eagle winners on 4 in a row. Two fantastic bowlers. Watch the game of Zulte on the left and Holtheiser on the right. You talk about precision. I mean, just shot makers. That's how they bowl when they're good. Honor for me to know those two men. We've become very friendly. We've all won Eagles, and we cherish those winning moments. They take a lot from you, but they can't take that. Gonna watch Ryan Waddell now for 6 in a row. Renee's son. Let's see what Ryan does here. I'd like to see Ryan bowl good tonight. Atta boy, Ryan. Renee getting ready to do the dance in the living room. When Ryan gets the 6-bagger, Renee starts dancing, folks. At 9 in a row, the house is shaking. At 12 in a row, they need an inspection the next day to see if the house falls apart. At 18 in a row, the neighbors are calling the police wondering what the ruckus is at the Waddell house. At 24 in a row, the fire department is there. Boy, am I going to get in trouble now. Oh, Gacero on a high hit, getting a break there. And we got some pheasant tracks now. Joe Gatewood and Jerry McAlanick both on 6. Watch Gatewood's release, that thumb down and then up. It's a full roller release, a reverse full roller. Watch where his thumb is in the backswing and as he comes through, straight down at the floor. Watch. See it? Right around the ball like that. Good shot for Gatewood. It's a full roller release. And now Jerry McAlanick, Royal Palm Realty, sponsoring our 5-game handicap event. Renee says I weigh 100 pounds, but I have a big mouth. Oh, Renee, you do not. You just root for your son. Just like all the mothers root for their sons. Let's watch Zulte and Holtheiser again here. These guys are shot makers. Again, from the old school, both of them bowling. Al, 55 years. Paul, about 50. These are veterans. Holtheiser are a little off balance there at the release. Watch Zulte now. That's got to hurry. Ooh, got a break getting that 10 out there. That's where you leave the 10 in this house. When you break it that late, forget it. That's week 10-ville. Now, House Brown, who retired today, maybe his arm swing got loose. House Brown served our country for 25 years, announcing his retirement today. Hit it. No, all right. Good try there, House Brown. So we're going to see here what we got. We know 15 and 16's got them. Yo, what's up? How are you?
Very good.
Nice to see you. Hello, Mike. Been a while. How you guys doing? Where are you coming from? Dayton, that's right. Dayton. How's weather up there, Cole?
It's finally things starting to rain.
What are you doing down here, visiting family? Your 879 still lives. We thought it might go about 2 months ago. That young boy bowled his first 3 games in here, shot 875. We never seen him since. 3 games and gone. 870.
It's funny because he's lived in Sandusky. That's where he's from.
Yes, he's from Sandusky.
She knows it. Brian Tamburino. She knows it.
The Lizzie's. He bowls in the Lizzie's house.
Yeah. But the Tamburinos, I think I know. I knew a Tamburino growing up.
Unbelievable.
Not the same, yeah. Right? Isn't that crazy?
Anyways, nice to see you guys.
See you too.
Okay. Lauren Trenhill here tonight. And Lauren Trenhill, who set the record in this association 10 years ago with 879, saying hello to his friends. And from Dayton, Ohio, the great bowling town of Dayton, home of Brian Kretzer. For all you historians, Brian Kretzer, a great bowler, action bowler. He would go to the Super Hoinky every year and win $30,000 in brackets. He'd go to Vegas in the high rollers and make $50,000 in brackets. He bet every single bracket of every game he ever bowled in the high rollers. Would go in and say, how many brackets? He'd say to them, all. Every single squad, all. I want you to think about that for a minute. All. How many? All. Kretzer, unbelievable. What guts he has. That's scary. How many brackets? All. Phil Kilmartin missing. Let's go up the line now and look for large strings. Let's see who's still got them. Lee Ratchin coming alive. Gary Seward been bowling very well lately. Look at Seward, got loose. Throwing a ball great. Got that hitch out of his swing. Throwing a ball very well. Had a hitch. And Billy Martin, or Billy Seymour, Billy Martin, I'm all right. Billy Martin. Where's my brain today? Billy Martin. Billy Seymour with spare 8. We're going to come right back and watch Daniel Gacera. Let's watch Paul Zolke throw this one right here. The great Zolke. And then we'll come back and watch Daniel. Hello, Mark. Welcome aboard. And there it is. Broke that one late and finally got to 10. That's the one shot in this house where you can just see it. That ball will lay in the flat gutter, or the 6 will lay in that flat gutter and just Velcro to it. It hits it and dead stops. Doesn't rattle, doesn't try to come out. Just Velcro, boom. The Velcro 10. See, there was a messenger there now. It shook and he left it. 2 great shots, both ending with 10 pins. And we're going to put the 9 through 24 out for all of you. Again, we will have live action after tonight's league, so stay with us, folks. That's Ron Reeder bowling with the Naples Fire Protection team. He was on their team last year, Aaron. He was their teammate. Beagle, Billy Morgan, Danny Cox. That's a good team. Now we're going to bring a close-up on 13 and 14 for Renee here, folks. See if Ryan can put this game out. Good shot. That ball come off the ball pretty hard there. That was that ball's got a nice backhand movement to it. Ryan a little unhappy, but still threw it good. Again, a big weekend. Stay tuned. Friday night, $1,000 sweeper. We'll be on the air at 6:30. I'm going to find out what time we get on the air Saturday and Sunday, so bear with us. Okay, we will be on the air Saturday morning at 8:30 for the iRoof qualifying and Sunday morning at 8:30 for the match play. So keep in mind, 8:30 Saturday and Sunday. Early starts. We're never on that early, but that's okay. Again, we got a very nice group on. Thank you all, as usual. Big weekend starting Friday night, boy. $1,000 sweeper. And then Saturday and Sunday, the PBA Southern Region non-champions event. Very unique event because bowlers 50 and over, 49 and under will be participating. Second of all, they can have never won a PBA title. So that does not mean it's a weak field, simply because you do not have to be a member to bowl. So there might be some really good bowlers bowling in the event that have never won a PBA title because they didn't bowl a lot of events in their life, but they might choose to bowl this one. Very tough to become a PBA champion, and the ones that have won any type of PBA title, whether it be a senior regional, a kids regional, a senior stop, a PBA national stop, it is a thrill to win. I had 5 total PBA titles, 4 regionals, 1 PBA, but I would say top 10s. In my short career, I probably had, 30 in the top 10 over 5 years, regionals, and later on when I turned 50, I had a 6th in Vegas, an 8th in Brentwood, 3 seconds in senior regionals, choking those off like no tomorrow, and it was fun to have a chance, I got to tell you. I lost to Sutar in a senior regional in Reno at Sierra Bowl in 2000. I still tell him, I had breakfast with him 2 weeks ago. I told him I'm still mad at him. Then I bought him breakfast because I'm an idiot. Sutar was absolutely great. Ice water. Gary looks good tonight, Chris. I don't know what he ended up with, but I'll tell you one thing. Gary's throwing the ball very well. Gary had what does that look like? 268? What do you have? 268. Gary's been locked in. You get that little hitch out of his swing, that little hesitation. His swing is free and loose. The best I've ever seen him throw the ball. I'm glad. Gary's always been an avid bowler and struggled at times with his timing and his muscle memory with his swing. Right now, his swing is free and loose. It's great. We'll stay right here and watch Stouffer finish House Brown and Ice Martinez right here. House with a nice game on retirement day. 238 for House. And Alshire with oh hum another 230. He's probably had 3,000-4,000 of those in his league career. Some of these guys make it look so easy. Seat the table, leading the league in the 12 team points for the roll-off. Keep in mind they are leading the league. And we will have those standing sheets up hopefully next week to show you the year-to-date top 12. It's time. Next week we'll only have 5 weeks left. Look at Ice. Oh, Ice tripping to 6. He's a magician. Nothing standing on that ball. Somebody had 300 with handicap. No Audi though. No, I don't talk to Harry Smith, Wayne. I did see him in Akron at the Tournament of Champions in February of 2018. I went to Akron for 3 days. I sat on TV with Marshall Holman, Johnny Petraglia, and Harry Smith. I talked quite a bit with Smitty. From what I understand, his health is not good. He's 90. One of the living legends that was a PBA charter member, still with us. Carmen Salvino, Bob Strampy, Harry Smith, Ray Bluth, still with us, thank God. Charter members. Jimmy Schroeder, still with us. All charter members of the PBA. I think Carl Richards is still alive. He was a charter member, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think Carl Richards is in his late 90s. I believe he's still with us. I hope he is. Probably a few more charters that I missed that are still alive. The men that founded the PBA 62 years ago in 63 years ago in 1958. I had a chance to know most of them, bowled many of them. Some I never met. There's a few on there that by the time I had joined the tour, they were gone. I never met Steve Nagy. Met Johnny Clares out of Cleveland, was a charter member. You called House in the 10th, please? I think all the men like myself that started off watching championship bowling that are still alive have now a sense of unbelievable gratitude to those men that built bowling in the 40s and 50s that founded the PBA. I often feel that when I became a Hall of Famer that I was their extension to you because I met them. And I could never be what they were. I could never be in the class of Bill Bonetta or Ray Bluth or Bill Lillard. They were beyond. But I've tried to be as good as I can as a Hall of Famer. Sometimes I might say something I shouldn't say, but I've tried to be a better person in my life now that that honor was bestowed on me. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you want to say something, and then you say to yourself, well, would they say it? And I usually say no, so I
Testing.
Okay, we're back. We had a little technical issue, but we're here with all of you. That was quick. Again, thank you for your patience. The old sayings of Jim Lovell, Houston, we have a problem. In my life, I've had a chance to meet some unique people. Tonight, I just spoke with Alfie Oakes of Oakes Farms, who's here tonight, watching Robert Eddy. And Alfie Oakes is an entrepreneur who owns Seed to Table. For those of you that are locals, or those of you ever thinking about coming to Florida for a vacation or Fort Myers area, Seed to Table is the #1 grocery store in the world. It's not a grocery store, but it features all the groceries you would need. It's the way it's set up. It's got an upper floor so you could watch the shoppers down below, and there's entertainment and parties and banquets going on upstairs while people are shopping downstairs. But the best part of all is, like, if you walk in with a shopping cart and you buy all your groceries and then you say, you know what, I'm hungry, whatever you've bought, regardless of what it is, you bring it right up to a counter and they give you a thing that looks like a hockey puck. And you tell them how you want it cooked, and they tell you what you can get on it or served with it. And you go sit wherever you want. And 20 minutes later, a waiter is there because the hockey puck's a radio signal. And he brings you your food that you just bought. The concept is remarkable because no matter what you buy, you can eat it there if you choose to, regardless of what it is. And the food is fresh and packaged by Oaks Farms and processed. And it's just an amazing concept. It's called Seed to Table. They have a website. And of course, Robert Eddy, our owner, works with Alfie. And they are an amazing company and have gotten involved in the world of bowling. And they're the reason we're all having this league. 20,000 added to this league. The number one added money league in the United States, I might add. And we're very fortunate because big business liked us. And believe me, he's got a big business. He services 2,000 supermarkets with 18-wheelers from his plant. 2,000 supermarkets. 18-wheelers coming in and out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at the plant. I've been there and watched it. It's fascinating. Just an amazing set of circumstances in this building to get it to where it is today. And of course, when you see this, it's pretty cool to understand what's going on. This is for real here. A lot of people wonder why I live stream. I've had people make some remarks sometimes. How can you possibly do that? You know, how can you live stream no tap? How can you live stream a handicap league? I said, you don't understand. It's the game of bowling that I'm live streaming. It's the sport of bowling. It doesn't make any difference what the format is. These are the bowlers. These are the people that wheel in $2,000 worth of bowling balls. These are the ones that take lessons. These are the ones that watch the telecast. These are the ones that love to bowl 3 nights a week. And because of that, I'm here. And talk about a nice position. Hopefully I'll continue. Let's go to 33 and 4 and see something we very seldom see. Oop, we locked up again. There it is. Check that out on 33 and 4. That's an interesting little start there, isn't it, on lane 34? Hopefully that will continue. Let's see if it does. And Andy Cox in front of the second set of dots. A lot of people are doing that lately. Taking shorter steps, see? Watch, just dragging his feet, look. Whoops, must have heard me. How's that one? I heard you, Larry. You got me in my third step. I don't know who's going to the Orleans, Lisa. I'll go there for the next Hall of Fame induction, but I don't bowl anymore. I don't want to get taken out on a stretcher. Well, that's interesting now. Those are called real pheasant tracks right there, folks. Real ones. Now, you know, I'm not going to put any kisses out, but I think you all know the one thing we've yet to see in bowling when you look at lane 34. So that's a hint to all of you that follow the sport. You know what I'm saying, don't you? That's the one thing we have not seen. Leon Baleon, welcome aboard, Leon. In the early morning in the United Kingdom. Come on, strike. Got a boy. That's fun to watch right there. I love it. Your imagination starts to fly when you look at lane 34, and you just start saying, well, you know, what do we have here? What could happen here? And fun to dream, isn't it? Well, it's 105, Leon. That's my average. And my first game out of retirement will be 105. And Baranecki, the surgeon. Come on, Billy. Get over there. No. Darn it. Billy Morgan, great shot. That's how tough it is. Team starting with large strings. You know, obviously the lanes are conducive for hitting the pocket, but that doesn't mean anything. Hitting the pocket's one thing and carrying's another. I'm going to try and get this young man in here. You've heard me mention him a few times. I'm going to see if I can get him in here. Bear with me. Altman, who had 299 last night with this ball right here, this silver track ball. How's that thing kick the 10 out? See that? That's the late 10, where normally that's 6 flats.
He wants to talk to me.
Come on in here, Lauren.
Oh, hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lauren Trenhill from Dayton, Ohio, who used to live here, and he's our association leader for high 3 games, 879. How many years ago?
14.
14.
14.
So these guys have had a shot at you for 14 years. Mm-hmm. Now, tell me about that night. Where was it?
It was at Friendship, Old Friendship Lanes.
Old Friendship Lanes.
Now one of the head pin centers.
And obviously 2 300s and a 279?
Correct.
And did you have a large string?
I did, actually. I went first 15, 10 pin off the sheet.
First 15, 10 pin off the sheet. And I would presume it's your high 3 games in your life?
It is. It is.
Now, did you think the record would have lasted this long already?
You know, not really. But honestly, I mean, those types of records they're made to be broken. Somebody's going to get it one of these days.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also a big record. It's a big number.
Oh, it's a
big
monster.
number.
35 out of 36 is about as good as it's going to get.
Right. You know, the weirdest thing about that night too, Larry, is I was going through a whole bunch of personal shit.
Yeah.
And I just happened to get a night where I got locked in early, and then I just didn't miss.
Now let me ask you a question. Do you bowl?
I'm sorry?
Do you bowl anymore?
Oh yeah, I live in Dayton,
You're
Ohio.
bowling in Dayton.
Run a 36-lane center.
Now, do you see Brian Kretzer?
He bowls in my center.
He bowls in your center?
Yes, he does.
I was telling our viewers about his action when he would go in and bet brackets. They'd look at him and say how many, and he'd say all. And I don't think he ever got in a tournament where he didn't say all.
That's it.
What an action player!
Yes, he is.
Great bowler, wonderful man. I know
Yes, he
Brian
is.
well. Who else you got there for big names? in
You know
Dayton?
Bill Peters?
I know Bill Peters
He's
well.
a bartender.
Oh, yeah.
He's a bartender in my building.
I know Bill Peters. He's a horse. He still throws
yes,
it pretty good too.
Yes, he does. For
Oh,
a senior,
yes.
for a 62-year-old, he throws it very well.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Let's see, who else we got? You know Mike Haggett?
No, I
He's
don't.
he was a motive staffer now, or he was a Global 900. Now he's a motive
So
staffer.
you are a GM of a center.
I am.
And how long have you been doing that?
2.5 years. I've been there for 7. Been leader of this center for 2.5 years.
Wow.
So we revamped and rebuilt the entire center since a year ago, January. All new insides, everything. Scoring, carpeting, flooring, furniture.
Now you got any good two-handers?
I have a couple. You know who Sean Martin Jr. is?
No, but I'm sure I'll hear of them.
Very good player out of Cincinnati. He bowls in my center and works
Okay,
for me.
okay.
Yes, he is.
Okay, yeah, they're coming now. They're coming now. It's just a matter of time.
He's a good one.
Oh, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of good ones coming out. There's
Yes,
no
there are.
doubt. They're learning it quick, and those balls are dynamic when they hit them.
Yes, they are.
500 revers just destroy the pins.
This kid is 6'4", 280 pounds, and just throws it like a horse.
Now, let me ask you a question. I don't know if he's still active, but I believe he lives in Dayton. It's Bob Kwolek. Do you ever see Bob
I
Kwolek?
see Bob very seldom. Bob's not very healthy.
Bob Kwolek
Yeah.
was one of my boyhood idols.
Bob Kwolek is a hell of a guy.
And in my first Masters at the age of 18 in Cincinnati, he sent me to the losers bracket. I knew who he was, but he didn't know who I was.
Bob is a really great guy.
He's wonderful.
Yeah, he's a great man. His son comes into my center pretty frequently. His
Yes.
son is an extra member on Brian Kretzer's team.
Yes, he was on the Falstaffs.
Yep.
He was on the Strohs. He was fantastic.
Could really play.
Oh, could he play?
Yes, he could.
One of my idols when I was a young boy out of Dayton, Ohio, the great Bob Kwolek. But, so what do you think of the live stream? Do you watch it?
I do watch it.
You do
I
watch
do watch
it.
it quite frequently. Yes,
Good,
I
I'm
do.
glad you watch it.
Yes, I
That's
do.
an honor. I'm glad you take time out of your
I
life.
do. I actually do. I have a lot of friends in this area still.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to watch them.
It is.
You know, now that you see your friends after all these years and
Mm-hmm.
they see your name up there and watching them, I'm sure that's cool.
It's a pretty neat idea. So did you get this idea when you were in Virginia, West Virginia, right?
Well, it happened. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. You told me you were going to come over. I'll talk with you in a bit. It's fine. Nice to see you. Yeah. That's all right. No, this is casual. Don't worry. I got it in Morgantown. We did it there. But this one here really goes to Tom Halota. I don't know if you know.
I do know Tom.
Tom Halota is recuperating from a serious health issue. But this was Tom's idea to do it here. He asked me to help him. And I fell in love with it, and Tom built it, and put up the cameras, and we miss Tom dearly. We always love to say hello to Tom. But Robert and Tom think out of the box, wanted to do this for bowling, and they have. And I do 4 days a week, sometimes 5. This week's 5 days with our iRoof tournament coming this weekend, a PBA event. And last week was 5 days. It's a bit tiring, but it's wonderful because you bring the sport into their living rooms. This is what we
Right.
have to do in
Right.
this country.
It has to be out there. That's right.
And if we don't do it, we're going to lose it. So we're setting an example here, and we hope other people do it their way with cell phones or whatever, but something to get it into the living rooms.
Right.
So you've been in Dayton a while now.
I've been there 7 years.
7 years.
Moved from here 7 years ago.
You miss the weather?
Honestly, I miss the change of season. That's why I moved back north.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
You
like this.
the
I don't,
change of
yeah,
season.
I don't like the snow in January and February, but I actually miss the change of season. Being from Dallas like I am, I
Yeah.
miss the change of season.
Yep. Well, how long are you staying?
Just a couple more days. Came down to see the family.
Well, I'm so glad you stopped in to say hello.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Larry.
Congratulations
Thank you,
on
sir.
your great career.
Thank you, sir.
Best of luck, and you're going to be around this weekend?
I will be.
Sit
I'll
with,
be here
maybe,
Saturday.
Maybe sit with me a little Saturday?
I will Saturday, yeah.
You'll watch some of the pros and talk
I
a
will.
little bit?
I absolutely will.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Larry.
Lauren Trenthill now out of Dayton, Ohio, the association leader with 879, here with his wife visiting some friends. Now we're going to stay right here because obviously if you look at the score sheets, kind of interesting to stare at that, if you will. You know, it's funny, in the world of bowling, it brings us together. Here's a man I hadn't seen in about 10, 12 years, and he's here tonight. I know him, hadn't seen him in at least 10 years. Did not know he was GM in another center. And what's he do the first thing he does when he gets to Fort Myers? He's a bowling center general manager, and what's he do? He comes to a bowling center. And think about that for a minute. What it means for that man to walk in here tonight after living here, moving away, and he wants to see his friends, and he knows exactly where to go. That's a luxury that we have as bowlers. So we can walk into a center and see friends, and I plan on doing that if I go back to Connecticut this year. I'm going to walk into a few centers and say hello. Of course, COVID stopped that. I would have been doing that last fall. COVID stopped everything, but now we're stopping it. Pretty good shot there. Now we're down to Baranecki. So Baranecki right now on 35. The young gentleman going to be bowling this weekend. There it is, carrying a late 10. So Baranecki carrying a 10 pin on a late hit. They're going to watch Gabe Roa coming up here shortly on the first six. We've got a little interference coming into our transmissions, folks, so bear with it. Bear with us. Gabe Roa going for number 8 right now. Gabe Roa, beautiful game, beautiful stroke. Yeah, we got a little bouncing going on there. We got to figure out what that's all about. Seems like there's always something that happens when we're on the live stream. Always something. But we get it on, we get it working. That's what counts. Gabe Roa now at 8 in a row. Very nice. The Roa. The last month now, 268 in game 1, spare 6 in game 2, and Seward really throwing it. Got that hitch out. Had a hitch where his swing would literally stop and start again. Not anymore. That's gone. And his swing is looking good. I think some of that rubbed off working with Ricky Ward. Certainly doesn't hurt any. Speaking of Ricky Ward, the Bulldog, and breaking it down there. And Robert Eddy busting Ricky giving him the dance. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, you're not.
Can I sit here for a second?
Sure, you can sit.
I want to hear your broadcast.
Well, thank you. You're allowed.
I knew Tommy Crest forever.
I know you
We
told
bowled
me.
together as kids.
You told me you've bowled with Tommy Crest. You could sit with me. Tommy's watching.
Is he? Tommy hooked the
What was your name again?
Jim Abel.
And you're from Rochester.
Yeah, Tommy and I bowled.
Congratulations. Coming from a great town.
Well,
You want to hear a Rochester story from me, Jim?
one from you? Yeah.
Yeah, you ready?
I am.
I never was in Rochester in my life. And I flew there on a Monday in 1969 to bowl the Bellows Valverde Open at Clover Lanes. It was my rookie year on the tour. It was tournament 15 of that year. There was one more left, the PBA National Championship at Garden City, Long Island. So Bruno Snyders was the sports editor. Bruno Snyders was from Hartford, and it looked like I might be Rookie of the Year, but he was now in Rochester working for the Gannett group of newspapers. So Snyders comes to the tournament and does a story on me that says, Connecticut rookie has great chance in Rochester Open. This on a Monday in practice. And we qualify, and lo and behold, only 3 left-handers make the finals. Myself, Bill Allen, and Dick
you being a
Batista. And lo and behold, I take the lead in game 14. If I win game 15 or game 16, I win the tournament. I lose game 15, so now I got to win game 16. I'm bowling against the great Dick Ritker from Hartford, Wisconsin, who beats me 235 to 210. So I finished second in Rochester. It was my 3rd title match that year. 1 in Portland, 1 in Cranston, 1 in Rochester. Lost all 3. But it was enough to get me Rookie of the Year. So every time I go to Rochester, for years after that, I would think of my first trip there as a 19-year-old boy or 20-year-old boy bowling for a PBA title against Dick Ritker.
You're on the road, 20 years old.
Yeah, that was my rookie year. And fond memories of Rochester, many years at Marcel's Olympic. But later on in the history of bowling, my son Michael won the Lilac Challenge twice at Marcel's Olympic. So I almost won a PBA title there. He won 2 Lilac Challenges there. Big money, $14,000 for first each time. Big money. So I have a place in my heart. Of course, Tommy Crest, a dear friend of mine. I was good friends with Don Lemon, Steve Nowicki.
All buddies of mine.
Good friends. Steve Nowicki's a great bowler.
Still great.
And very good friends with Ray DeSanto Jr., who worked for me on the tour, and Ray Sr. Stayed at their house during the '72 National Championship at Henrietta Lanes. And so I know Rochester well. Great bowling town.
So I haven't lived in Rochester in a long time, and I go to the horse races with my dad. I'll come and visit him, and don't I go to the booth, and who's taking my money? Steve Nowicki.
Steve Nowicki.
Is it working at the racetrack? We started talking bowling, and everybody came up.
Well, that's great. So you live here now?
I do.
You're retired here?
I winter here and summer still in New York.
Winter's here. I got it. Well, you're smart. I love Rochester, but I'm not so sure it's too wonderful in January and February.
No, the guys are.
Anything up there on the lake, forget about it.
What a nice center you have.
Yeah, we're remodeling. Our owner's bowling tonight. This place was a dump, foreclosed on, ready. The door's closed, and he bought it.
Wow.
And been remodeling it 2 years. And we do everything now for our bowlers. We have an unbelievable group of bowlers here and viewers, and we love it here. It's our home. It's our living room.
I feel so at home. I walk into a bowling alley, I just feel at home.
Yeah, this is home.
So Tommy said you got a lot of good young bowlers here.
Oh, we got some horses in this league.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, some great bowlers in this league. And as you can see, folks, tonight, a full house here at Lightning Strikes. Talking about good bowlers, intercollegiate champion Evan Baranecki right here, making this shot right there. The reigning intercollegiate champion, graduate of Weber. Yep, this boy right here. Look at that game.
Oh, look at that release.
How's that?
How nice is that?
That's Evan Baranecki. David Stouffer's in this league. He is an assassin. And we'll put the cameras on Stouffer in a moment if I can
Tell me
find
about
him.
the shot you laid down.
It's a house shot.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't want to send them home in a basket. We want them to have a good night. You know, the sport shots go out for our scratch tournaments.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Going to do the best we can to bring you what we have. We do have a technical issue on 9 through 12, but we can bring you everything other than that. So we're going to go directly to these cameras here. Sorry for the delay, folks. And we'll just move down the line this way for all of you. Again, we want to thank you for your patience. Okay. Preston Willis, one of the 3 bowlers that have bowled 900 in our 9-pin no tap. 2 for Jennifer Dovers, 1 for Preston, and this past weekend, Tyler Altman. It's only happened 4 times in a year and a half of live streaming. And Gary Seward with 268, 269 out of the chute. Seward, some of the best bowling he's ever done here at Lightning Strikes, could very well shoot 800 tonight. We're going to be keeping an eye on that pair, 23 and 4, with House Brown, Jay Rucker, Gary Seward, Dave Stouffer, Mike Allshire.
I'm back. I won't say anything.
It's okay. Anyways, Seward out of the box with 547 tonight. Obviously a great shot at 800. So we're going to go down the line here. Scores not as high as I thought tonight other than Seward. 240s, 250s. No one so far with the first 10 or 11. Now Altman last night, bowling great with 299, and this past Sunday with 900 in the 9-pin no tap right here, throwing that kinetic silver ball, and that thing is a monster, destroying racks. My God, that thing is a train. Again, we lost 9 through 12, so sorry about that, folks, but we didn't have time to fool with it right now. We can bring you 13 through 40. As soon as the league ends, I might have my tech on it to see if he can get it going for us. Ken Lowan, welcome aboard, Kenny. Thanks for joining us tonight. All right, Lauren, see you. Nice to see you, my dear. Roy Parrish right there on 16 practices more than any human being alive in this bowling center. Every day, Roy bowls every single day. Does not miss. Loves to bowl. Part of his life. We'll go right up the ladder now. John Berkshire right there, whose son John Jr. is the Brunswick Tour Rep, married to Melanie Berkshire, a lady touring pro. So his son and his daughter-in-law, both professional bowlers. John Berkshire, formerly out of Western Massachusetts, now living here in Southwest Florida. Getting back to Rochester, New York, sir. Did you ever eat at Agatina's?
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, good food.
What do you think of Agatina's?
Man, everything they have in that menu is outstanding.
I think that I was telling the viewing audience of, my years on the road, which go back 50 years. My first trip to Rochester in '69. When I started eating at Agatina's with Tommy Kress, and remarkably, today we talked on the phone for an hour, and I said to Tommy, what I miss more than anything, not other than my friends, is Agatina's. I mean, for me personally, one of the finest restaurants I ever ate at in my life. Just unbelievable. We went in there, I would go in there with George Pappas, Johnny Petraglia, Tita Semez, Dick Weber, Harry Golden, Roy Buckley. We'd all eat there, that was the group, that was the dinner group that went out literally every night of the week, and they reserved tables for us because they knew in a lot of cases we had to get back. So the table was waiting the minute when we would walk in, they'd seat 8 of us or 7 of us at a table. It was fascinating. The food.
Tommy Kress had a little restaurant, Granny's, his dad. And Tom would, after hours, we'd go in there and Tommy would make us these steak bombers.
Really?
Oh, they were good. Is Tommy listening now?
He might be. Tommy could be on the air, I don't know.
Agatina's. Still good food. A lot of avenue, I think.
I found in my years of traveling that the restaurants made every week very special. And Harry Golden was a connoisseur of fine food, so the proprietor would always line us up at the best places. So over the years, by the time I got to the tour, in '69, he'd already been out there about 7 years, so he knew everywhere to eat. So as a kid, I would go with him, and then I ended up working for him.
How'd you pull it off 20 years old on the road?
It was wonderful.
You had to grow up fast, or you ready?
I was ready, because I had bowled a lot of action in New England and traveled bowling. So when I went on tour, I'd already been bowling in New York, Boston, Springfield, Hartford, Albany, Bridgeport, New Haven, Worcester for big money. $1,000, $2,000 a game. I had a bunch of bookies that followed me around and bettors. Big action.
Taking your game on the road is different than bowling at your house.
Well, that was the big boys. When you went out on the road, now you went into Chicago and their home turf or Detroit. But I bowled action Miami, Chicago, Detroit, Seattle, some big matches. Bowled in Cleveland, some matches. Texas, I got my head handed to me in Amarillo one year. That was not a ride out of there I remember too fondly. I had a guy do a job on me who was so good in this house. I was told that I couldn't beat him.
Was he ready?
Yeah. And I was a lefty. I was told I couldn't beat him. And I got in there and I could strike. I says I could beat him. And he beat me. I didn't know what hit me. It was a big cow farmer, big guy. And he never missed the second arrow. He never missed the pocket for 5 games. Every single ball was in the pocket. Just the way the world of bowling was back then.
People could hit dimes.
You're not kidding.
Dimes out there, right?
They could hit dimes. Now Now they hit
Tommy
zones.
was that big.
Now they hit zones. Tommy
Yeah.
Kress, your friend is on, Tom. So Tommy told me you were involved in the oil industry.
Yeah. Yep.
I had an uncle who was a chemist for Standard of Indiana and went to Saudi Arabia in the late 50s looking for oil. He was big time. He was a
Definitely pioneer.
geologist.
Yeah.
And worked for Standard Oil his whole life. He was a chemist, and he could find oil, 60 years ago.
Now the technology is really good.
Yeah. You ever find any lane oil or just regular oil?
Oh, we brought our own if there wasn't any. we all worked in the bowling alley growing up. That's how we got our.
Tommy said you were a great bowler in your life.
I had 3 releases.
You had 3 releases?
Yeah.
I did too. One from Alcatraz, one from San Quentin, and one from Walpole. But other than that, I was a hell of a bowler.
I was slip, stuck, and the good one.
Who drilled your bowling balls up there?
Oh my
huh?
God, Ronnie Legler did.
I do Legs.
Yeah.
Legs went to the University of Hartford. I bowled him in '68.
I don't know. That was he helped me out. He helped me out bowling.
Ron Legler and I bowled action in '68 when he was going to the University of Hartford. How's that one?
I think Tommy might have drilled one for me too a long time ago.
Yep.
I remember Tommy's 3 down.
Yep. Tommy was great.
Yep.
Tommy could have had a couple titles. He's 1 or 2 balls away.
Oh, and I was with him in Grand Prairie.
Yeah. Oh, you were with him in Grand Prairie.
Yeah, he stayed at my house,
He told me that.
and boy, he bowled good. He bowled really good. Little couple breaks and things have been different
For him to beat Roth and Holman in Grand Prairie, that alone should have got him a medal.
Right.
Because they own that house. Roth and Holman
Yep.
owned Grand Prairie.
I think it was Tim Miller then who won that one. Tommy will let me remember. Tommy bowled really good. He was leading it going into the last day,
Yep.
and I was worried that he wouldn't go to sleep very good. He was up early getting newspapers, and he was pretty focused.
Tommy started making fun of my afro in 1980. Told me I needed decon in it. So I put decon in it. Now I look the way I do because of Tommy Kress. We were talking about that on the phone today. We were laughing.
He had a baby fro.
Oh, he had a fro. He had a fro when he was a kid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind this is Game 3, Oaks Farms. Now remember, Friday night we'll be on the air at 6:30 for the iRoof Scratch $1,000 first place sweeper. So remember, big action 2 days from today, and of course Saturday and Sunday we are on the air at 8:30. Both days in the morning, 8:30. Saturday morning, Sunday morning for the live stream of qualifying for the iRoof Open. Billy Bob Thompson's on, Joe Panko. You're getting a credentialed as a great bowler, Jimmy. Of course, the guys in Rochester were so good. Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse had this core because you couldn't go outside. I started asking myself, what were the main reasons the best bowlers came from that part of New York, Cleveland, Detroit, Milwaukee? No one went outside. It was an inside life, if you think about it that way. 5-6 months a year, you couldn't go out. So
Oh, the Alaska boys are good bowlers too.
yes, they are.
Yep.
And of course, the Great Lakes region had greatness all the way across, literally from Albany over to Green Bay.
Why St. Louis?
St. Louis too, of course.
Yeah.
But I was fortunate enough to know many of those legends, bowled against many of them. And I would ask them about their lives. I talked to Weber about his life growing up, and Carter, and Ray Bluth, and Billy G.
Oh my God.
Oh, I knew all them guys. And they were great to me. They loved me because I would ask them questions about their lives. Eddie Lubansky, Buzz Fazio. Had breakfast with Sutar last week. Saw Dave Davis 2 days ago.
How about Harry Smith?
Harry Smith's still alive, living
Yeah.
in Akron. Smitty's 90 years old now.
Oh my God.
He was great.
Yeah.
He had that bone center in Skinny Adams.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Harry took me under. He was another guy who I got along really good with. I
Yep.
like the company you kept at the dinner table.
Oh, I
At
can.
Agatina's, that's pretty good.
Oh, I went with some. Tom Baker was always in that crew at
Bakes,
Agatina's.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Bakes was wonderful. What a beautiful man. Bakes is married to Tommy Tuttle's daughter, Donna. And Tommy Tuttle was one of my idols, a dear friend of mine. And his daughter's beautiful. Tommy married, he lives in North Carolina.
Not going to bowl any senior events.
Who, him?
Yeah, Bakes.
He's going to be here.
Is he good?
Tom Baker's going to be here in 3 weeks.
Tommy Cress is staying at my house again.
Tommy Cress is going to be here. Yeah, I love Rochester. Fond memories. Never forget my life there. And the very nice people, the bowling fans that I knew there.
I remember the ball I used bowling at Clover.
What'd you use?
I had an orange. I got it. It was like a yellow down, but it was orange. And I remember Don Lemon had one. That's why I got it. Don Lemon I was just younger enough to Don to watch him bowl.
Don Lemon was a great bowler.
Yeah.
Don Lemon won the 1969 team event in the USBC with the Weber Wristmasters team. Mike Durbin, Don Lemon, Ralph Engen,
It was the Carmel.
Dick Weber, and Timmy Harahan. Yeah. They won an eagle. Don Lemon won an eagle with Dick Weber. How's that for us?
Wow.
Oh, yeah. If you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, I rattled that off without any notes. How did I do that? Did I just do that?
Yes.
I just did that.
That's because you're keeping your mind busy. Oh, that guy throws them all good. Is that Altman? Yes. I think
That's Altman.
Manny, whatever. That ball's, it's like a hand grenade.
I know, that thing is a hand grenade.
So I remember Nowicki
Nowicki was great.
playing the twig.
Oh, Nowicki.
What do you call it? He goes up playing the twig.
I love Nowicki's game. Flawless game.
Still got a really good release.
Yeah.
You getting the lanes at all and just staying in shape, or
No, I
don't care
can't.
much anymore?
I don't have the
Knees?
things start to ache the next day, and they hurt, and I say, what am I doing here? And I'm done. My day in the sun's over. I had a nice career. I retired very young, became a businessman. Occasionally I would bowl. In 2000, I bowled 54 tournaments in 52 weeks when I turned 50. Wow. Yeah. I traveled the United States. I bowled coast to coast. I bowled the Lilac Challenge, finished 9th that year in 2000. Jeremy Sonnenfeld won it. So I was there in 2000 bowling the Lilac. Love Marcel. I would see Marcel at Bowl Expo. I think Marcel lives on the east coast of Florida.
No, Maiden Lanes isn't even there anymore.
Yeah, Maiden's gone.
Yep.
Clover's gone. Maiden's gone. Marcel's is gone. Fortino's still got a place, I believe, doesn't he?
Time we would know that. I'm not much involved in the bowling community anymore.
Let's see how Doug Kirk's bowling tonight.
I'm going to go look at some bowlers.
All right, go ahead. Nice sitting with you, Jimmy.
Jim Abel, I enjoyed meeting you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I'm going to come out here again and say hello to you.
Come over here anytime and talk
Okay,
with me,
thank
Jimmy.
you.
You're welcome aboard. Ryan Waddell now up, gentlemen, out of Rochester here, wintering. Anytime you're a bowler that's bowled in a major town, major bowling area, I like to get them in the booth just because they're so thrilled to be here and talk bowling. And again, that's what we need. Keep in mind, here's a man, walks in the door, wants to talk about bowling, and he found the right guy. I love it. My memory is what's keeping me going doing this. There's no doubt about it. And I plan on doing something with my memory very soon. I met a writer, a great writer, an award-winning writer. We've been talking. Everybody's been telling me, and I think I got 3 books. So I'm working on that. I'm gonna make a commitment to do it soon. And this man is willing and able and ready. He has connections in Boston, New York. He's a great sports writer. And we become friends. We talked yesterday. And I have decided that I'm going to devote all of my energy to writing a book very soon, and then next year another one, and the year after another one. Okay, that's Kevin Day now. We're going to keep our eye on Kevin with the first 7. Kevin Day, a long-time bowler, avid bowler, good bowler. And we're going to go down the line here watching everybody. Getting another great night for bowling here at Robert Eddie's Lightning Strikes. Kevin Day for number 8. Beautiful shot there for Kevin Day. Long-time veteran. Looks like he's got a black eye. Hope not. Maybe that's the camera angle. We're going to stay on Ryan. Boy, Ryan got a little knee brace on that left knee. Boy, you see a lot of that lately. That left knee takes such a beating. Hey, Doug Kirk electronic off the left kick plate. Electronic messenger. Rakoski with 7 right here. Rakoski is probably the most nonchalant bowler that I have seen in a long time. There's no emotion regardless of the situation. It doesn't make any difference. If it's practice, mixed league, scratch tournament, money strike, team bowling, there is zero reaction. I've often wondered, oh yes, there will be a sweeper tonight, Joe Panko. I've often wondered how somebody could stay that calm because it's so rare. But Earl Anthony, he's actually more sedate than Anthony. Anthony would run one out here and there. You know, he'd get on his knee, he'd run one out occasionally. This guy here, zero reaction. And I've wondered many times watching him over the last 2 years, what kind of emotions does he have to be like that, where there's no key shot, there's no run out, there's no backpedaling, no fist pump, nothing, zero, nothing. It's very rare you see a bowler that good, that stoic. And I admire it because I couldn't do it. I wanted to do that. I didn't know how to do that. Dick Ricker was like that. Dick Ricker was stoic, unflappable. A lot of bowlers eating tonight here. What I'm finding is the food that James Oswald has designed, this menu and how to cook it, has and the price is so reasonable. And a lot of people are eating here that never, 2 years ago when Robert first bought the place, would not eat here. They wouldn't eat here. And it's amazing the transformation of the food and beverage business. It is a very good business. I just had a quesadilla that was just on the spot because I'm still favoring my tooth, so I'm eating softer foods. And I love to eat. I've been waiting for this. I waited a year because I hardly see you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you a very special man that has done so much for bowling. This is Alfie Oakes, the man that owns Seed to Table, Oaks Farms, and responsible for the sponsorship here. It's great to have you with me and us.
It's great to be here, and I'm telling you, I'm not so sure as I've done so much for bowling, but I just want to get the truth out. My message is to get the truth out to the people that what we're seeing here is I'm not saying, some people like to say that when I say that it's a COVID hoax, that the COVID is a sham. There's a COVID virus. There's a virus every year. There's a lot of, every year for the last 20 years we've had something that has been, a flu virus. But what's happening within our society right now, these shutdowns they don't make any sense. I've my store in Seat to Table, this bowling alley, right now, if you look around this bowling alley, there's not one person wearing a mask.
I know that. It's been that way all year.
And the people know that.
Yes, they do know that.
The people know the truth. And all I'm saying is that, pay attention. The media comes in 1,000 times a day. They're telling everyone that there's people dying. Everyone's going to die. You're going to die. I'm going to die.
Yep.
We're all going to die.
Yep.
But that has nothing to do with this virus. The truth is that there's not, if you look at the records, 2020, there's not more people that died in 2020. Very few people more died, except for suicides and drug overdoses. There's not more people died in 2020 than in 2019. So the COVID-19 thing is kind of a scam, and it's for, I know some people that have been glued to the media. They can't believe that the lie could be this big, but it really is. And aside from the politics, and it's a shame that people want to make this a political matter, because it's not. It's a common sense matter. But I just want everyone to come out and come to like what we're doing at the bowling alley here, at Seat the Table. We're living our lives. We're not so afraid to live that we're dying, because the people that are sitting at home are actually dying with their masks on, with their fear, and we are still living our lives, and that's the beautiful part about what's happening.
I've seen you say this on the news media many times when you've been interviewed, and I've seen you, so this is something you've said long before you got to this booth. What I like is you're not afraid to say it.
I'm not.
You're one of these guys that just says, this is the way I feel.
No, I'm not afraid of the cancel culture. I've had the BLM come. I've had the death threats on myself. I've had the death threats on my daughter, my 17-year-old daughter. I have 3 kids, 30, 22, 17. My daughter, who is at the most vulnerable age, had death threats on her
I'm very sorry.
No, it's okay. Like, I'm not afraid. The people that make these death threats are cowards, and I'm not afraid of that. Like a lot of people, and that's the problem with a lot of people today, is they're not afraid to stand up. I'm not afraid if I get a death threat. I'm not afraid if my daughter gets a death threat. And I'm not saying that I don't care for my daughter. I don't care for myself. I don't care for my well-being. But this cancel culture that's going on in our society is ridiculous. And they try to take this minority of people and make it the cancel culture that shuns the people that are the free thinkers in this society. And I can tell you that one of the best things that ever happened in my life was when, about 9 months ago, the BLM movement, I came against them and the cancel culture, and my daughter got the death threats, and I was able to explain to my daughter that the reason why I had to stand up against this, because there was a night where my daughter came down the stairs from my house. I came home at 10:30 at night. My daughter came down from the house and she said, "Why are you doing this to our family? Why are you doing this to me?" And I said, "I'm doing it because I'm standing up for what's right, and I know
Your
that
constitutional right.
well, it's not even our constitutional right, but it's just what's right. What's our like. I know that we are all born and we know the difference between right and wrong.
Right.
Like there's laws, and a lot of the laws I don't agree with in this country, but there's laws and there's right and wrong. And when my daughter came down the stairs, she asked me, like, "Why are you doing this?" And I said, "Because we have to stand up for what is right. Like I know that the BLM movement is not to unify this country. And if they were, I would be 100% behind them. But they're not. And we found out that the money behind them is actually, and what we've watched over a year later, now with a year of watching what's happened, we realized the truth. But at that time, I was more on top of it than a lot of people. But the BLM divided our country. They were set up specifically to give money to a specific group that was sent out to divide our country. So when I said the BLM was not for like a lot of young girls that came out in front of our store. There was several hundred people that showed up in front of our retail store, Seat the Table, and they were, for BLM.
Yeah.
But the truth is we know that they were not really educated enough to know what they were standing for.
Right.
At the same time, we had 1,400 people that showed up the same day. An hour.
I saw that.
And they were for freedom for America.
Yeah.
And
Well, both sides had their say that day.
they both
And the
did.
news media
And-
showed it, but you had a lot of supporters that went the other way, and
Yeah,
they weren't too
but-
happy.
And the thing is that I love the people that were on the other side. A lot of employees of mine.
I know you
that
were.
were on-
I saw you hugging them. I saw pictures of you hugging the same people. They got to know you a little bit, and you showed compassion.
Well, first of all, the police said that we were allowed that we could actually make them stay on the outer end
I
of the
saw that on the
property.
news. I saw
and,
that.
And I said, you know what? I don't want to do that, because a lot of these people that are out there are good people. They just are misinformed. And I want to give them more space, and I want to give them a place where they can safely, group together. And even if they're against my company, if they're trying to, because there was 10,000 emails sent to a retail chain that we do business with.
Right.
There was like 10,000 emails sent to the Lee County Public Schools
Right.
that we do business to shame us, to get us out of there. And I don't really think of them so much like God says, love your enemy, and I love everyone, but I did not really take it as offense to them. I just felt like they were misled.
Let me ask you this question. When you walk into this bowling center, what do you see here?
I see good people. I see America here.
So do I. I see American here. I see American
Yeah,
here.
that's what I love
And
you
we
know,
appreciate, let me tell you what, we appreciate your support and what you did for bowling. A lot of these people don't know you, and you're very opinionated. One thing you did do is you took a bowling center that was closing with Robert and gave these people a living room.
Well,
Look at the living room.
Well,
This is because of your work and your business.
No,
Yes, it is.
I mean,
if there's no Oaks Farms and no
yeah,
Robert, we don't
yeah.
have this.
I am blessed to be doing what I'm doing. I love America. I love everybody. I grew up poor. I grew up in a trailer park. We went to a house where I had a dirt floor with the cement, honestly, like cement block walls.
Yep,
And
yep.
I have lived the American dream. And the American dream that I've lived is the reason why I fight for the American dream. And I can tell you that I love real Americans, our American spirit, and that's what I take solace and I take consolation every day that the American people are waking up right now. We've heard the all term like bread and circus, give them bread and circus, and they're
Yep.
not paying attention.
Yep.
And meanwhile, the politicians steal everything from everyone. Right now, it's changed from that. Everyone, if you go back 5 years ago, everyone was paying attention to all the different, believe me, I love it when everyone pays attention to all of everything that's going on
What pair?
outside of politics. But right now, more people are paying attention to what's going on in this country than ever before. And this is the time for us to rise. America was founded on civil disobedience, and right now we have to be vigilant, and we have to rise above. Like I really, the biggest thing is that so many people won't stand up. So many people are wearing a mask. So many people are just saying, okay, I'm going to wear the mask every day because I don't want to be barked at. I know it's wrong. I know it doesn't protect me from a virus or, all these different things. We need to rise up. We need to gain the strength of our founding fathers. Our founding fathers laid it all out on the line for us. They gave their life, their liberty, and they gave all for us to have this amazing life that we live right now. So,
You're amazing, I can tell you that. And what you've done for a lot of people and your employees and the people that work for you at Seat to Table, the bowlers in Southwest Florida, Robert, Eddie, and myself, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
And your opinion is you're entitled to that as an American. And you made it. You're a guy that worked hard all his life and come out of the ghetto literally and made it.
Well, I'm willing to give it all up for the truth because all I want is the truth. I'm not asking. I don't want any fame from this. I don't want anything from this. All I want is people that are listening to the media, the lies from the media every single day. I want them to hear the truth. We have had a store, so I have 3,200 employees. Every single day for the last year, we've never social distanced, we've never masked, and there's not one person that's died. By the national average, we should have 4.8 people that died, but that's not what happened. So why are we so much more healthy than the rest of the world? Because we love each other. We get to go out every day and express our emotions to each other. We get to see each other smile. We get to hug each other. We get to breathe in and out freely. And all these things are what makes us healthy, happy humans. And I just want to get that message out to everyone that that's what life is all about. Don't be so afraid to die that you no longer live. That's the one message I want to get out.
That's an interesting concept. I've never thought of it that way, but there's a lot of ways to think about it, and that's one of them for sure. And it's legit. It's certainly legit.
It's the life I've lived. And
now we're going to watch John Rakoski right here, who's got a chance for 300. So right now, Rakoski's up on lane 26. Ladies and gentlemen, he needs this ball for 300, a perfect game, live tonight.
Wow.
here in the Oaks Farms League with Alfie Oaks sitting with me. So let's watch the great John Rutkowski throw this ball. He's one of Southwest Florida's best bowlers. He's a legend. He's won the True Amateur Challenge in Las Vegas twice, beat the United States Amateur Bowlers twice in Vegas. Big money events. Watch the great Rutkowski here for number 12. Robert Eddy right there watching. Oh, solid 10, 299. All right, we're going to let you go. Thank you for sitting with me, Alfie.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Fantastic.
I'm going to close it up now.
299. You know, there's a lesson to be learned in that. Everything that we do in our life, there's a lesson to be learned. I just like to say that you know, my life has been filled with ups and downs, but integrity and spirit. And I'm sure he's gonna come out there and he's gonna work hard to bowl the next 300 game. And that's what Americans are all about. That's what we do.
Fight. We're fighters.
We're fighters.
There's no quit in this country.
Yeah.
There's no quit now. The country's starting to come back, and I got to figure another 3-4 months, everything's going to be rolling again.
We're blessed to be in the greatest place in the country. Like, how many places in the world can you come and when we look down the alley here, I don't see one person with a mask. We're all living freely. And guess what, folks? If you're watching this from another shutdown country, no one's dying. We're not. Do you really think that we're so ignorant that we're bringing back death and illness to our country? We're not. That's not what's happening. We are common sense people.
There are no masks out there.
We are living and loving our life and enjoying life as it's supposed to be. And I hope that you wake up to the madness if you are one of the people that are, you know, subdued by the crazy stuff that's going on in the mainstream media. So God bless everyone. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here.
That's all right, Alfie.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming in the booth. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, for one of the first times in my life, I am somewhat speechless, if you will. I have no opinion. I also have no mind right now. That was Alfie Oaks, and we're going to bring you back some bowling. Now, keep this in mind. We did lose the camera on 9, 10, 11, and 12. So there's Lee Ratchin, and anyways, folks, I just want to thank all of you for staying with us. You know, the old saying that Yogi Berra had years ago, some days you're going to see some knuckleballs, some sliders, some curves, some fastballs, and you're not going to really understand why they're coming at you. And sometimes that happens to us. We don't understand what's coming at us. And one of those deals, but we're here. Scott Rutkowski tonight with 834 on 7 and 8. And he won 5 points. That's crazy. Again, all of you that know me, I'm a middle-of-the-road type guy. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I pray for people. I pray for our country. And I wanted Alfie to come in the booth. I did not tell Alfie what to say. His opinion's his, and that's it. And he's entitled to that as a human being, whether you agree or disagree. It's called freedom of speech, and that's one of our amendments, and we live with it. No different than we live with every day. Bob Mason's still with me. Thank you. Pinhead UK. No, he didn't ruin anything, Pinhead. You know, this is the first time he's been with me, and he's very seldom here. And you know, he had to speak what he had to speak. I can't I can't tell a man what to say when he not only sits in my booth, but he's a sponsor of the league, and I think you all understand that. And help put this bowling center back together with Robert Eddy. Caught a little off guard, but I've been off guard before. Lisa Michelle still loves me. That's important. As long as Cooper and Lisa and Bobby Mason and all of you watching respect me, I'm sure you understand that sometimes other people have their opinions, and you know my opinion. All of you pretty much know what you're going to get from me day in and day out. You know, I don't get as deep into it as a lot of people. I get deep into what I would call, I'm a simple man, happiness or unhappiness, good or bad. Poor people shouldn't be poor. People are starving, shouldn't be starving. People that die shouldn't have died. It's simple things like that. I don't delve into it because I wasn't taught to do that. I pray for everybody who's sick. I pray for people who are old, who are homeless. I mean, it's pretty simple. Well, I could say what I feel, John. I don't begrudge what Alfie said. That's his business. Believe me when I tell you, I don't know any of you personally. I'm sure you all have your opinions. And bowling brought us here. Bowling brought him here tonight. And this is his league. And he shared $20,000 so people can have a nice evening. His political feelings and his way of thinking is his way of thinking. It's not mine, it's not yours. But we are entitled to have that for the short period of time that we're on this earth. And that's it.
How's that tooth?
Good. How's your tooth?
My tooth's okay so far.
Good.
Don't jinx me.
John Van Barron asked me how my tooth was. I asked him how his tooth was. The league now getting ready for the sweeper to come in. The sweeper will be in shortly. And going to be interesting tonight to see how many people bowl. Thank you, Tony Weber. Now I know how Larry King felt. You know, when somebody would get in on his show and sort of catch a little off guard with their opinions and their beliefs. And again, when you're hosting a show, and all of you that know me, that are on with me week in and week out, I'm not confrontive, nor do I ridicule things that go along and that are happening in this world. It's too complicated for me. Plain and simple. All right? Bob Mason, I'm glad you're doing better with ball drilling. And Lisa still loves me. And so does Carissa. I love when the ladies tell me they love me. I love it. I don't want too many guys saying they love me. I might get a little nervous, but you're allowed to if you're a guy. And you say, Larry, I love you. I told Dave Davis on Monday that I loved him, so we're allowed to say that too. Anyways, as I was saying before Alfie came in, I've contacted a writer. He's a great, great writer. He's the president of the State of Connecticut Sports Writer Alliance, and he's a lifelong writer. And him and I have been talking about a book of my memoirs, my tour stories, my life. And we think there's books, not a book. And everybody's been telling me that knows me to do it. And I think this summer I'm going to make a decision to do it in a way that might surprise some people, but I also have a dear, dear friend who has told me once I write the books, he will take them for me and represent me with these books in Hollywood. And he is an Emmy Award-winning executive producer who I met. And he told me, if you get it in writing and you get it to me, I might be able to do something for you. I've met him. And thank you, Amaya, thank you so much. And I'm glad you like my show. Tom Irwin, so kind of you guys to offer these wonderful, wonderful comments. Debbie, thank you, my dear. And it's just something that I've been wanting to do. I've been putting it off, and I've decided that I found the man. Believe me, I got the man. Him and I hit it off like bread and butter. We're basically the same age. He comes from the next town over where I grew up. Comes from Enfield, Connecticut. My ex-wife Kathleen was from Enfield. I grew up in Windsor Locks, right across the Connecticut River. And we're going to be planning this soon. And all of you will be the first to know. Keep in mind, Adam Zuelke, our sponsor, starting Friday night. Now we will be on the air at 6:30, and Adam is the sponsor of the PBA event this coming weekend, the iRoof Southern Regional Non-Championship Open. Bowlers 50 and over, 49 and under. I will be live streaming the sweeper Friday night. Come here, sit down with me here. Get over here. I got another legend. Now this is a legend right here. This is my son, the great Ricky Ward. That's the camera we're on. And congratulations on the great job you're doing in our pro shop, teaching bowling and drilling. And your dedication is second to none. I've watched you. Your customers love you. And your new second career is now great coach, great driller, great advisor. What's it like?
It's following your footsteps, Dad.
Well,
how'd that go with Alfie Oakes?
I'm not.
He raps faster than Twista, don't he?
Well, he caught me a little off guard, if you they caught me off guard. I'm going to just put it that way. Like you catch me off guard every once in a while.
That's easy.
Alfie was Alfie. That's all I can say.
It was a fun night tonight. Little 660, small 660. But I had about 7 doinks.
Scott Chakosky shot 834 tonight. The lefty. Scott Chakosky shot 834. Rick Wolber's saying hello to you. He's still a fan. And Ricky's career has evolved, from being a great, great touring player into one of the greatest craftsmen behind a drill press I've ever seen. If I was player service director right now and I needed a driller, I would beg him to work for me. I'm not saying it because he's my friend. If you saw the work and realized the effort and the time he takes to drill a bowling ball, it's unbelievable. I mean, he's not just slamming holes.
It's OCD.
I don't know if it's OCD or it's greatness, but our pro shop doubled in volume since you got in there, bro, so something's working.
Well, I got a good crew.
You got a great crew.
Evan, Gary,
yeah,
Mark Pulowski.
Yeah.
So, you're only as good as your soldiers,
Watch the game of Adam Zuelke, our sponsor this weekend. Look at a beautiful game of Adam. 3 games a week. Was
he's sponsoring the regional guys.
Yes, he's the sponsor. Look at that beautiful stroke on Zuelke right there. Isn't that nice? That's 3 games a week. Now, he went to Wichita State, was coached by Gordon Vatican, was good friends with Sean Rash in his life.
Yeah.
And a really good bowler. Nice to see him throw it. And Leanne Stewart says, hey, Bulldog. Rick Wilbur says he's still a fan. You're still a legend, bro. Jerry McAlanic calls you Sweet Cheeks.
Well,
and how many pro-am balls have you drilled in the last month? 50, 60?
I lost count.
Yeah,
but I don't mean that in a sarcastic way.
Yeah, I know you lost count.
I mean, we got more left than we've drilled, but we started with 200.
Yeah.
So,
Anyways, there's going to be action. I'm going to be live streaming action this evening, and we'll be watching what's going on for all of you.
Well, Larry, I'm going to let you get back to what you do well.
Well, thank you, Bulldog.
You know what I like about you?
What do you like about me?
Everything.
My hairdo? All right, Ricky Ward. How about Ricky Ward, huh? What a legend. Whoop, that camera went down. That's two that went down. Okay, so we know the cameras that went down. We lost 9 through 12, and we lost the Larry cam, but this one still works, so we'll use this one. And we'll find out what's going to happen in here shortly. And
Injury, Larry?
whoa.
I had surgery yesterday.
Oh. Harry Wright, what's up? I like that. What's up, Harry Wright? Very nice. It's the what's up. And as you can see, big crowd here. Getting ready for Action Central. Action Central coming up. Well, Pinhead UK, I want to tell all of you something. You know me, all your names up here that I mentioned. I appreciate every one of you coming aboard, and that was something that just happened about a half hour ago that I'm going to be thinking about for a long, long time. I say that respectfully, I might add. But in the world of bowling, every once in a while we get something that happens that's unique and different. It's happened before. And it'll happen again. Just a question of who and when. Who and when. Bob Mason likes to watch Mo Pennell videos. Well, Bob Mason, I met Mo in 1975 in Syracuse. We've been friends 46 years. As a young man, he told me of his dreams. He told me that he wanted to build weight blocks and bowling balls and coach people, and that he was a mathematician and knew physics and geometry, and started talking to me my second year as player service director. And eventually he became a king. And when I was a king, I ended up becoming a pawn. So now when I see him, I say, I was once a king and you are the king. And he laughs and I laugh. And we enjoy our words together. I enjoy our words together. And I'm happy, Bob Mason, that you have somebody that is taking you along in your drilling, I might add. I know you were trying to learn when I was there. And obviously, Mo can help you. Again, in the words of Yogi, I think I just saw a knuckleball, a slider, a fastball, a sinker, an ephus pitch, all in about 35 minutes, and I struck and missed every one of them. But I'm still here, and we're getting ready for action. Again, Scott Chakosky with 834 tonight. That is a monster. Down on 7 and 8. Gary Seward with about 750. Seward bowling very well. Nice to see. And the music's coming on. And the joint is jumping. There's a lot of people in here hanging out right now. Again, we had technical problems again tonight. I want to apologize. The Larry Cam lost the camera, and we'll be working on that shortly. In fact, if I can get my tech man in here, we'll see if we can get that up and running while we're waiting. There is going to be action. Stouffer will be running it. And we'll let you know exactly what's going on with that. Thank you, Bob Mason, for the kind words. Love to see you again, Bobby. Thinking about coming up to Morgantown. I don't know exactly when, but it's crossed my mind. It's been 3 years. A lot of people I'd like to see. Spend a few days. So we'll see if that's in the cards. Hopefully it might be. And Stouffer getting ready now to run the sweeper. And we'll have a little more information. David, you getting ready?
Yeah, I'm going to make an announcement, see how many I get.
David's going to make an announcement now. Dave. Right there.
All right, guys, those of you interested that are sticking around, we'll run the $50 pregame sweeper. If you guys are interested, come behind 26. And we'll see how many names we can get for the 3-game sweeper. $50. Let's go.
All right, 25 and 6 to sign-up area. And we will have possibility of more action for all of you this evening, so stay with us. Last few weeks, it's been exciting. Last week, Baranecki with over 800. Brian Robinson was here. Jason Duran was here. Had a lot of fun watching those fellas bowl. Going to move the camera again a little bit. There's the three amigos right there, the RG guys, Daniel, Donnie Schwartz, and John Rakoski. They're going to be signing up right here. So stay with us for action. There should be 15, 20 guys tonight. $400 to $500 first place prize fund. Again, Friday night big action. 1,000 for first, high roof. So get ready. High roof. And in my case, no roof. So let's see what happens here. Nice shirts. Nice shirts.
Approaches are bad, and I hurt my knee bad.
Really?
Yeah. The last game, I stood up against a ball return, moved up 5 or 6 feet on the approach, and walked to the foul.
What kind of sole and heel you got?
It didn't matter. I changed them all.
But I mean, what did you end up using?
Just the slickest one that I have.
A 10 in a leather?
Yeah.
You used a 10 in a leather and still stuck?
Didn't matter.
Whoa. Okay, we're trying to see if we get some action. I don't know. We might not have it. There's a group hanging out, but let's see what goes on here. Might surprise everybody and have a pretty good group.
All right, if you guys are interested in the $50 sweeper, you got 7 minutes. 7 minutes to decide whether we're running it or not.
Yeah, well, you know, he's got money to spend. Hey, you're filling up on that. It costs you about that much to fill up the country. Yeah, I was throwing the ball really good.
You know, I watched the Lavoie match. I watched him on the replay Saturday or Sunday night, I forget which. That's something I've never seen in my life. Can you imagine a young bowler who slumped from 2016 to 19, who literally disappeared, has won 5 times and 3 of them are majors. Now you got to understand, Mark Roth only had 2 majors. That's how tough they are to win. Okay. Dick Weber did not have a lot of majors. I never won the Masters, never won the Tournament of Champions. They're not that easy to win. And this young man, 3 out of 5, remarkable. I had a chance to win my first 2 national championships. I was 3rd in both of them. Those are still majors. They're now called the World Championship. And I had an 8th in the Tournament Champions, an 8th in the Masters, a 6th and a 9th in the U.S. Open. But to win 3 of 5 chances of your titles, an amazing statistic. Quite frankly, watching him, he is unflappable mentally. Strong mentally beyond belief. And now he knows how to win, and he is a danger. Simply because mentally he's very, very sharp. Not a lot of revs. I mean, nothing compared to the two-handers. Not even close. Couldn't get within 200 points of Belmonte or Swenson or Simonson or Buttriff. But finesse, lane reading ability, and a great mental game, and there you go. So there's hope if you don't throw a freight train to win on that tour, and that young boy did it. Fascinating to watch. Running the ladder, great performance. $200,000 tournaments back-to-back. Makes $200,000 in 7 days. That's a lot of money in the world of professional bowling. $200,000 in 7. So congratulations to Frankie Lavoie. And we're waiting now for our action here. See how many people are going to bowl. Got the camera on down here at the check-in area with Rakoski, and I don't see a lot of people coming up tonight, but that doesn't mean they won't bowl. No, he didn't look nervous. What's more unique about it is if you watch his body language, it's almost like he's in a trance. It's almost like he's unaware of what's actually going on. There's zero emotion. The eyes aren't blinking. His face isn't changing, although there's a mask on. It's kind of tough to tell. But if you really watch carefully, you can't teach that. That's not something that is that easy for most of us. Most of us are emotional. We run them out. The heart goes up or down, or we high five, or we walk back faster, or we chew gum, or we do something. This guy's like robotic and fantastic. And for me personally, watching it, I was really curious about his mind, because his physical game is not dynamic. In other words, you're not looking at Rash's physical game, which is a dynamic power game, or with the thumb in guys like Bill O'Neill has got this beautiful power stroke. Lavoie sort of opens the hand up. There's not a lot on it at the release point. The ball hooks a lot, which is amazing how much it comes off the oil and how much it hooks. But his mindset, oh my God, they're going to have their hands full with him. He's going to be the one-hander that when they make him high scoring, there's a lot of oil left and a lot of dry right. He's going to be the one-hander, I believe, is going to be a factor against the two-handers. They don't seem to intimidate him. He might intimidate them, the fact that he's got so much less revs. But doesn't seem to matter when he's bowling. Yeah, it's a unique swing. It's different. He bumps it a little. It's got a little bump in it at the top. It sort of flares out. Then it realigns. The hand looks open at the release point. It's almost like he's opening his hand up like this, pushing and opening. And yet, when you go to the well 3 times and win majors, no one can say anything against it. It's happened now in 16, 19, and 21, and he had a chance the weekend before to win a major. So he's obviously going to be a factor. A Canadian. And if you notice, the world of bowling now has Belmonte dominating from Australia, a Canadian winning, and of course Svensson, and so many good bowlers from Europe, and it's going to continue, especially the two-hand style. I think that's going to bring out several new countries into the factor. Several countries we haven't heard of are going to be coming into the factor with two-handers, because it's a new game. So we'll see if I'm right about that as well. And Stolfer still running the action here. Let's see what we got. Nothing going on yet. We're still waiting to find out what we have for all of you this evening. There's about 11 so far. We'll watch it. We'll watch 11 people bowl action tonight. I got the energy. I slept all day. I slept today literally till 3:30. I think the COVID shot knocked me on my tuchus, and I didn't swear, and it knocked me out pretty good. So I got some energy tonight, and we want to bring you a little action here. Brad Stewart's here. Oh, there's Mr. Action. Brad Stewart walks in as an automatic player. And also, I forgot to tell all you folks also, it will be official next month on the award that I was told I'm going to be getting presented next April. It was confirmed yesterday. I'll be able to officially tell you it's fascinating. I never dreamed in my life there was any left. I'd gotten really all I felt there was possible. But this one here is an amazing award. It's not a Hall of Fame. It's an award based on your career, your what you've done in your sport, and Bobby Jones was in it. The minute I heard that, I said this. He was the first inductee in 1940, along with Connie Mack, who was the owner-manager of the Philadelphia Athletics. Gino Ariem is in it, the coach of the Yukon Ladies, the famous Yukon coach. Yogi Berra's in it. Joe DiMaggio's in it. Carl Yastrzemski's in it. And many, many, many icons in sports are in it that got this award and spoke at their dinner. And I'm going to have to speak at this dinner, and that's going to be with hundreds of sports writers at this dinner from New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, and big-time writers that meet and have this award dinner. And I'm excited, a little nervous. He wanted some DVDs of me and my career, and my son's got some great old stuff that it's not on YouTube. So we've got that. A lot of stuff from the scrapbooks of the 60s and 70s. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be a wonderful opportunity for me to say thank you to the world of writers for what they do for Americans in sports. And I'm a sports enthusiast, devout Yankee fan. Love the Giants. I love auto racing, love golf. Don't auto race, don't golf. I have my favorite sports. Some I've never really cared much for hockey or basketball, and I say that respectfully. I didn't play them as a kid, but I played football, and love auto racing. Absolutely love auto racing. And love boxing. I've always been a boxing fan, and idolized Ray Robinson, Muhammad Ali, and had a chance to meet Carmen Basilio. Had a chance to meet Ali, and I didn't do it with Johnny Campos. And to this day, I'm sick that I did not meet Muhammad Ali. One of the greatest mistakes in my life, to not have pictures of me and Muhammad Ali. Can you imagine if I put them out now, what people would say? A man that changed the world, a man that I loved. So I'll tell you more about it as time goes on. There's only been one bowler in the history to get it. That was Nick Tronsky in 1954. He was the world champion duck pin bowler from Manchester, Connecticut. Tronsky was a legend in Connecticut. There's never been a 10-pin bowler to get it ever in the history of the award. You'd have figured Carter or Weber might have got it. Automatic, maybe Anthony. But how they could miss those guys is beyond comprehension, but they did. So I guess they ran out of names, so they found Litchy. So we'll see what happens there. And we're waiting for action time here, coming up shortly. And again, was with my friend Dave Davis. This was taken 3 weeks ago, and then he went in the open heart surgery a week later. Look how pale he is there now. He's got his color back. And my dear friend who I love so much, the 1967 PBA Player of the Year, the first left-hander to win a major, the first left-hander to be Bowler of the Year, and an iconic figure in the world of bowling in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, winning on the senior tour in the 90s and 80s. So, good evening, Mary. Welcome aboard, Mary, and Mary Berner on now. And we got our group starting shortly, but Davis, a rough go. I mean, open heart, 3 totally clogged arteries taken out of his leg, put into his heart. I saw the stitches on Monday. I saw his chest and saw his legs where they took the veins, but he's a fighter. We love him. We're not going to lose him. He's not going anywhere. He's coming back. What a bowler he was, folks. He won with rubber, plastic, and resin. One of the few. Won on the senior tour with resin in the 90s. And what else can we tell you while we're waiting? Again, Stouffer with about 11 to 15 entries. Getting ready now to bring the sweeper to you. I'm sure you'll all enjoy it. Last night I didn't do the low ball. I was really tired last night, and today very tired. So I think that is a result of the COVID shot. I feel really good now, so time to get back on it and get things for all of you. Do some streaming, some conversation. Tomorrow got a day off, thank God. Interview House. Where's House? Where is House? House Brown, I got a request to interview you on my live stream. It's a request out of Mobile, Alabama. While we're waiting, I'm going to bring in this wonderful, wonderful man who has announced his retirement from the Navy, and I want all of us to just meet this really, really nice man. Well, come on in here. I got a request. Somebody said interview House Brown. I bet you know who that is.
Oh my goodness.
Anyways, now, congratulations on your great career.
Thank you.
And so you announced your retirement.
I did.
And what are you going to do?
I think I might open a bar or something.
A bar or something?
I might open a bar.
You're going to call it House's Place?
I don't know. I'm
We're in town here?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking more of like up north towers like Port Charlotte.
Really?
Or Punta Gorda.
Punta Gorda.
I'm going to name it Cheers.
Cheers? Really?
Cheers 2.
Cheers 2?
Yep.
Really? Now, you're 25 years serving the country.
Yep.
When you first joined, I think you once told me you did not think you would go that far.
I did.
And Ice Martinez in here. Ice showing everybody the love for a house. And so you decide to enlist for 4 years?
4 years.
And you go 25.
25.
Wow.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Well, no, but it's something that you loved after you got in. Evidently something attracted you.
I did.
Evidently something meant something.
Yeah.
And you were telling me Malta was your favorite country.
You remember?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, Malta
I
was
saw where it
amazing.
is on the map. It's cool where it is below
Yeah.
Italy there on the boot.
Yep, right off the boot.
Malta. What was so nice about Malta?
It's like mini America.
Mini
It's
America.
like mini America.
Mini
They
America.
speak English there. They love us over there. It's a great little country.
Now, the fact that you were in the Navy, you were never on subs? You know, Lee Ratchin was on subs. You know that, don't you? Yeah, he was at Connecticut at Groton.
Groton, Connecticut.
And I was on that sub base as a young man.
Really?
I delivered bowling equipment out there during the Vietnam War, and you had to stop at the gate and had to show credentials, and they had guards. And the nuclear subs were in, and you were not allowed to bring cameras.
Nope.
No cameras at the sub
Still
base.
that way.
And I was on the sub base at Groton. They had a 16-laner and a 24-laner on that sub base during the war. They had 40 lanes on the sub base at Groton.
Wow.
And they were run by a man by the name of Ed Coher. Ed Coher ran both sub base bowling centers. How many people know that?
I didn't, and I was in the Navy.
Yeah, you were in the Navy. And I saw the subs when I was there, but you couldn't take pictures.
Yeah.
And I also saw subs at Pearl Harbor in '74 with Earl Anthony. We were the guests of the Navy in Pearl Harbor, and they brought us over to the Arizona on a torpedo hauler in the bay there at Pearl Harbor. And I saw subs there. I think I saw subs or battleships or something. It's a long time ago. But so you were never on a sub?
Too big.
Yeah, too big.
Yeah, my head, I don't know.
Too big, couldn't fit in. Couldn't fit in all them.
And I'm claustrophobic.
Them small, yeah, I think it would be claustrophobic.
My Master Chief was 6'6".
And Lee,
Really?
there's
Yeah.
Lee. Now the nuclear reactors those things were built at Combustion Engineering in Windsor, Connecticut. Am I correct? How would I know that?
You must have been there.
Well, it was next to Windsor Locks, where Bradley Bowl was, where I grew up, and Bradley Bowl had the Combustion League. So all the guys that built the reactors for those subs bowled at Bradley Bowl.
Wow.
And when I was a kid, they were all there. Oh, yes. That's why I know the history
Small world.
of the Combustion Engineering. Built the nuclear reactors for the subs for our fleet. Windsor, Connecticut. Little history lesson from Uncle Larry, Uncle Hal.
Yeah, I love it. So is this like the comments? Or?
These are the comments, and if you'll see, there's a name right here. What is that name
Interview
there?
Lisa.
What is that name saying?
Interview House.
House.
And she hasn't said anything since.
Happy birthday, dear Gary.
Uh-oh, we have a birthday.
Birthday to you.
Oh, we sing happy birthday to people, and then we try to take their money. I got the picture.
Oh, there
Okay.
we go.
Much love, Lisa's on it. Anyways, I just wanted to bring you in because I'm very impressed the fact that you did that. Plus, you love to bowl.
All right, go ahead.
So, you know, it's pretty cool. Guy in the Navy, 25 years, avid bowler. It's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Schneider,
Enjoy.
Jones,
Good luck.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. There you go, Lisa.
Mid-Atlantic, and Ev.
Come on.
All right, thank you, Mr. House.
Thank you.
The house.
Smocker and Altman.
Let me move some
25 and 6,
cameras now.
Ice
Bear
and
with
Rizzo.
me.
27 and 8, Stewart, Bam, and my guests.
Okay, it's sweeper action time here at Lightning, and we're going to run a little different camera angle on this way and this way here tonight, just to get a kind of a different view of what's going on here with everybody. And
You guys will skip one pair. You guys are going to be skipping a pair. There's 14 of you.
House is cool. You know, he's obviously wants to be a businessman now and open a bar. Interesting. Very nice. put the split screen on. We lost one camera, so keep in mind I'm going to use the lower cameras here and see where we are. I don't want to get the bad camera up. That ain't going to help. It looks like we're about 19 and 20 to 29 and 30, so we'll get a good view for all of you. I'm sure you'll like it. And boy, it's cold in here tonight. I'll tell you one thing, I am freezing. And we are watching the 3-gamer run by Dave Stouffer. Got some different guys bowling tonight. Rizzo's bowling tonight. Ice Martinez is back. I like when Ice bowls. Ice is exciting. And I'll put the approach camera on. You can watch that. See the fellas coming in. Tyler Altman bowling. We'll have high scores, believe me. Robert Hilton, Brad Stewart, Matt Rizzo. We'll have high scores here. Don't worry about that. Be fun to watch. David Barber, 29 years in the Air Force. Congratulations to you, David. I'm so happy when our veterans get on and speak of their service. And of course, you know, Johnny Petraglia is such a dear friend of mine that David Forbes, the sponsor of the Audi League, has given him a $5,000 check from David, not from Audi, although it's Audi and David, I guess. But we're also running some charities for Johnny. Johnny, very, very active. When I was player service director, he ran a Vietnam veteran wheelchair event at Carolina Lanes, and you had to buy a team for $1,000, and the team was your team. And I had Randy Peterson, and I forget who the vet was, but I had Randy as my pro. And the sponsors got like in a pool together, and the rest went to the vets. So you had to come up $1,000. Petraglia had 16 teams with a $16,000 prize fund. How's that one? But that's Johnny, and that's what Johnny does. So when the senior tour gets here in April, Dave Forbes is going to give him a check. And Baranecki, after last week's performance, everybody's got to say, oh, Jesus, why is he here? Now, remember, he was 800. Now, the lanes are a lot tighter tonight than they were last week. These lanes have not broken down. It's so cold in here that I don't see the major breakdown. That ball did get right through the heads there pretty good. So we got some players here. I mean, 800 could be shot again. So I'm going to predict right now. Let me take a look here. I want to give the Larry predictions. And Ricky Ward bowling tonight. Well, look at this, folks. I'll be a son of a gun. This is a first. Lee Rathjen. Baranecki. The great tour veteran Ricky Ward. Ryan Schneider right there, the lefty. Mike Schumacher, a lefty. And as we go down the list, Robert Hilton, Evan Baranecki, Jerry Michelanek, James Oswald, Tyler Altman. I want to see if he's using the silver ball. Yes, he is. Kind of tough not to pick Baranecki, if you will. I mean, he's so gifted. Very tough not to pick him. John Ben Barron right there. This young gentleman on 27. Okay. Don't know his name, but he's testing his skills. Lisa Michelle, I'm proud to announce that. Believe me when I tell you. I melt when I think of these guys. You know, I did not serve, and quite frankly, it bothers me now. It didn't bother me then, but as I got older, it bothered me that I did not serve my country. My father did. Naturally, my son Michael didn't. Just was brought up at a different time. Wasn't eligible till the late 80s. I mean, could have enlisted, but my dad was a lieutenant during World War II, and my mother worked in surveillance in the Pacific. Was in a top secret building that developed the film of all of the air bases the Japanese had in the Pacific from our spy planes. And her parents were photographers, and my mother and father grew up in photography in Astoria, Long Island, New York. And when I asked my mother what she did, she says, I developed photos in my father's camera store. He has a photo finishing plant, and I sell cameras. I know a lot about cameras and projection units and whatnot. And they flew her right to Oakland, put her in some type of basic, and she was right in surveillance, literally, within weeks of joining the armed services in 1940. They needed people that had that skill, and they were rare. Keep in mind, not everybody knew about cameras back then. Also found a picture in my mother's scrapbook that she took at LaGuardia in 1931 of Charles Lindbergh and his wife. I've had it all these years. I found it a year ago. I never knew she had it. And it's her handwriting on the back of the picture. It's my mother's handwriting, which I knew, and I read it. She took that picture of Lindbergh when she was 12 and developed it. And I have it. Imagine getting a picture of Lindbergh in a biplane with a front and a rear seat and no canopy. It flew open. How do you fly in a plane open? All right, it's action time here in Lightning. We'll just watch the scores right across the house. Doug Clark, 745 Hilton. Well, that's a real good pick. There's Hilton right there. He's an assassin. Brad Stewart right there. The left right now, Scott Chakosky shot 834 tonight on the left. So the left might be, but he had it down the low end on 7 and 8. And Lee Rathjen ready. I'm going to go with Tyler Altman, 764. Can't believe nobody picked Baranecki yet. How could that be? What is James Oswald doing? Missing the head pin on the left after practice? Oh, was his eyes closed? What is that? How do you miss the head pin on the left after practice, please? He does make a hell of a pizza. Wow. Watch Baranecki right here, the young surgeon, if you will. On the Storm regional staff. Oh! A delayed messenger. Bad break for Rizzo there. You never want to start with an open. No, this is actual high game. Cooper Gates picking Rakoski. Jeez, Cooper, that's a surprise. How can anybody pick Rakoski? Wilbur likes Hilton. Brad Stewart already that deep? I don't think he should be that deep. Yeah, maybe he should be that deep. Notice how I change my opinion immediately when they strike. Oops. And I picked Tyler Altman, so ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to go any further. He got the kiss. He'll shoot 580. And Schumacher dropping the 6-8. Let's watch this great PBA legend, the Bulldog, Ricky Ward. I'm actually very surprised that Ward's bowling tonight. He's not bowled well all year. He has a bad right leg, and he has not bowled any action in quite a while. But it's in his blood, and it's one of these guys, I think if he gets loose, you know, he could pop a win here. And Oswalt right out of the chute with 2 out of 3 open, so he's in trouble real early. And Robert Hilton, who started with a double. Started with a triple. And Stouffer not bowling tonight, giving everybody a rest. Let's watch the plastic cannon, now going to urethane in recent weeks. The urethane cannon. Boy, is he fun to watch. Talk about a nice man. What a class act he is. It's an absolute class act. Ward likes to stand left and right in this house and open the lane up. I don't. If I play at his house, I'm up 7-8 with a weak ball. He likes to go around the heads. And the only shot that I'm afraid of is the one for the 3-7-9 when it really breaks late. But he has started with a triple, so it looks like I think he sees something here and maybe feels healthy enough that he can win. He is very understanding of the conditions. Watch the roll on Ryan Schneider's ball. It's almost a full roller release. And it is a full roller with a very unique layout. That is a full roller right there, not a semi-roller. Oh my God, how does that happen? That's not fair. A lot of oil up front tonight. You can see that ball pushing. Very cold in here right now. So that's the ball I think Altman should have stayed with. I don't like the red ball on this condition. Watch the plastic wizard. Wow. Boy, is he good. He is absolutely an amazing bowler. And now the Bammer up. The Bammer, John Bam Barron, out of Sarasota. Great shot for the Bammer, not fair. We'll watch the cannon one more time. We'll move the camera after this shot. See, they are tight. Normally that ball gets back from there, it just stopped. Very cold in here. Middle 60s. Does have an effect on that oil. And Hilton, what a train, huh? What a release on Robert Hilton. It's a fantastic, fantastic release. Hang on there, Bulldog. Don't be missing them one-pinners. I love the melee jab, Red Cooper. Great ball. That was way in for Ryan. And Hilton off the wall there. Freezitis again? Where, Carissa? Is there freezitis? Don't tell me that. Did we freeze on you folks? I can't tell. Don't tell me it did it again. Please don't tell me it did it again. I do not like freezitis. It's all good, Ken Lee's good, thank you, sir. Yeah, I don't have my main monitor is not showing it. And, you know, we get little bugs in these things where sometimes we get fooled. Let's watch this. Great player right here, Robert Hilton, originally from Jamaica. And he just loads up and just gets it. Ooh, there, he got that one wide. See, they're tight. That ball scooted through the front. You'll notice a lot of the misses are light hits. A lot of oil in the heads, and the ball's just pushing. And that time he juiced it a little. It went right by the break point, and you could see it. The ball just pushed early and never recovered. Now that's speed control right there. That's not him missing his target. That's just too much tilt and too hard a speed, and the ball just going right by the break point. Not enough time to grab the lane. And Harry Wright picking Lee Ratchin. So being that Harry Wright is picking Lee Ratchin, and look at Ratchin, how he went solid 8 in the first, 5-bagger, 4-9. So 2 bad breaks already for Ratchin. That's a good shot right there. Oh, God, it stayed on the lane too. See that? Pocket splits are so unfair. Baranecki tight through the front with that green ball. Throwing ropes right up 13-14. Throwing ropes, folks. Ropes. And that's lane 25 with a 710. Boy, I wouldn't have bet on that in a million years. Lane 25, a 710, impossible. That's only about the 1,000th 710 I've seen since we've been on that pair. That is an amazing scenario. It's regardless of who throws it, what angle, what hand, what rev rate. 25 and 6, you get 710s right in the middle of the house. An amazing, amazing pair of lanes. You can definitely get to the pocket. Ice. Ice. Ice is nice. Now, our newest PBA member from this region, Brad Stewart, who was one shot away from making the finals in the tournament that Sean Maldonado won. Barnes was in that finals, Brian Robinson, and he had one open frame away from making the finals in his first PBA event, and I wanted to congratulate him. He was very proud to follow in the steps of his mother, who was a great, great bowler. And I love it when I hear the words mother and son pros. You know, we always hear father and son, the Webbers, the Johnsons, the Carters, Bill Lillard's son, and Bill Lillard, the McCunes, the Webbers. Not too many mother and sons. Interesting little statistic. Can any of you name a mother pro and a son pro? We'll see how good you guys really are. Now, I have one right now. I have a mother pro and a son pro. Okay? Can any of you name any? Mother pro, son pro. You have 3 minutes. If you come up with the correct answer, you will win an all-expense-paid trip to, where the hell can I send you where it doesn't cost any money? Well, go ahead, Coop. Come up with a name. Mother and Son Pro. If I did it last week, I'm doing it again. And if I missed last week, I'll miss again. All right, you ready? Virginia Norton and Scott Norton. Virginia Norton, WIBC Hall of Famer, a friend of mine, a wonderful, beautiful lady. Virginia Norton, Scott Norton. All right. Chrissy Stewart, Brad Stewart. Okay. Who else can we get in there? Not many. Too late. Yes, Darryl Cooper, Virginia Norton, Scott Norton. Very rare when you think about the father and sons, dozens and dozens. Stevie Ray and out in Texas, and Lewis Ray. Of course, Bill Lillard and Billy Lillard, Don McCune, Eugene McCune, Don Johnson, Jimmy Johnson, Dick Weber, Pete Weber, and many more. Yo, Hoss, I was just talking about you and your mother. Oh, great. Doris and Cindy Colburn, mother and daughter. Carolyn Doran Balance still has no pro children, but she might. I guess their daughter is coming along. Chuck Jennings, Rich Duval, Helen Duval's son Rich, I believe was a PBA member. Very, very good there, Chuck Jennings. I think Rich Duval was a PBA member. I know he bowled some events. I believe he was handicapped, but I think he was a member. Look at this bulldog shooting 279, folks. Look at this old bulldog coming out of the pro shop. An old bulldog coming out of nowhere. Hadn't had that 279 since Nixon was president. And there he is. An old bulldog. Ron, I love interviewing you, and I'm thrilled that you bowled 300 because I know you have so much passion to bowl, and you have a lot of friends that bowl. So when you bowl good, we're all happy. And you didn't choke it off, Ron. Those 3 in the 10th had radar. They were all at the same spot at 40 feet. They all went flush. You didn't squeeze it once. You actually looked like you knew what you were doing, Ron. That's the most amazing thing at all. When you threw those balls, I said, oh my God, he knows what he's doing. Ron Luchart, teaching calculus. 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 2 is 4. And there's a bulldog, the 1991 PBA Rookie of the Year, bowling 279 out of North Fort Myers, Florida. Ricky the Bulldog Ward. Must have run low on chaw. Trying to win 400 tonight so he could get some of that, whatever that garbage is that he chews. Boys, that stuff nasty. We should be dropping that on Iran. We'd win the war. All right, Cooper. Cooper, you ought to know me by now. You know I'm a dummy. I didn't even get out of high school. You know that? I dropped out and got a state equivalency diploma. Yep. Quitting my senior year, I was flunking every subject. It was so bad. I wouldn't even go to school. And when I did, I slept because I bowled all night. So finally, they said, Larry, why don't you just quit? Then a year later, I got my equivalency diploma at Manchester Community College. And then went and got a semester of college in and flunked that. I flunked announcing, hair growing, finance, money management. People ask me why I work. What do you think? Think I work because I'm rich? Einstein dropped out. Really? Well, we have the last 5 letters of our name the same, S-T-E-I-N. Cooper, you're unbelievable, Cooper. Someday I want to meet you. I'll bet we become good friends if we haven't already. Seems like you're a pretty smart cat out there in Oregon. Virginia Norton, Scott Norman, pretty good, Darryl Cooper. Right on the money. You know, I can't believe it. No one else has come up with any mother and sons. The Duvals, I believe Helen and Rich Duval. Mothers and sons. A very tough one. All right, let me get the scores. Hold on a minute. right, Dave Stouffer's going to come in with me, and he's going to go over the scores now. So bear with us. All right, I got Dave with me now. Dave's the official scorekeeper tonight.
Yes, sir.
He's retired from bowling for a week.
I'm just taking a break.
Yeah, I know.
I'm tired.
Get ready for we're all tired.
Plus,
I think last
going
weekend
to bowl
knocked us
PTQ.
out. Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, what do we got now? Who's leading this thing?
So we have Mr. Ward. He's 279.
Ricky
out of
Ward,
the gate.
279.
And we got Brad Stewart with 239.
Brad Stewart, 239.
And then Mike S. with 236.
And that's it.
Yep.
What's first? 300, 200, 100. Now you're getting ready to bowl the Pro Tour qualifier.
Yeah. For the World
Is
Series
that
bowl.
Friday? This Friday?
This Friday.
How many games?
It's 8 games.
All on one pattern?
All on one pattern.
What
Earl
is it?
Anthony.
The Earl Anthony pattern.
Yep.
You ready?
Yeah.
How many have they taken? What's the format?
Well, right now, as of now, they're taking 12. If they get any more,
And how many
entries,
bowlers bowling?
They can take. Right now, they can take up to 17 if none of the Hall of Famers or point leaders, none of them get in. Then they add another 5 spots, so they'll take 17 because they're gonna get. They guarantee 96 spots.
So there's 12 to 17 available.
Yeah.
And how many entries bowling in the Rabbit right now at the Pro Tour qualifier?
79.
79. Whoa.
Yeah.
12 of 79. That's a tough one. No, we can't make any mistakes in that one.
No.
Well, you're ready. You've been around the block. You're gonna get some sleep before you go, or you gotta get a little
Well, I'm
rest.
not bowling tonight.
You've been on a mission.
We're working at it here.
All right. Well, you've been
I
working.
can't tell you how relaxing it is to just sit here and keep score, having a drink with Bruce.
I
my
gotta.
backer. I can't thank him enough for what he does for me.
I got to tell you a little story, and
It's just nice to sit here and do nothing.
Well, I'm going to tell you why I know you're right, and you'll know what I'm saying.
Okay.
I found out yesterday. Look at this. Look what
Uh-oh,
Ryan
we got a-
Schneider
we got
did.
a lily.
We got the lily, ladies
We
and
got a
gentlemen.
lily sighting.
It's Larry's ball. So,
Alright.
I found out I can't live stream the PBA event because of Flow Bowling.
Yeah, they're flow bowling rights.
And I said yesterday, and I will say publicly, the PBA does that with all its private contractors. They protect them. They protected me. They didn't allow anybody come
As
in the
they
parking
should.
lot when I had them trucks in there, when I had that contract.
You were the only one in.
I was the only one in.
That's right.
And that's the way it's supposed to be. So then I said, unbelievable. For the first time in a couple of years, I can have a tournament here where I can walk around being a spectator. I said,
Yeah.
oh my God. I forgot what it was like
Yeah.
because I never do it.
You'll actually be able to just get to hang out.
And I'm just going to hang
On a
out.
smaller scale, kind of like I'm doing tonight.
Yes.
Just like I'm
And
doing
it's
tonight.
fun. I can go anywhere I want in the building, talk to anybody I want. No live streaming, no pressure, no cameras.
So relaxed.
And I'm looking forward to it. I really want to do that.
We got a busy weekend here this weekend.
Yeah, we got the iRoof this weekend.
iRoof, thanks to Adam Zolke.
Adam Zolke and Paul.
Paul Zolke. Yep.
And then, of course, we got the big $5,000. Now, are a lot of pros staying in Florida for that, do you know of?
I'm not sure because there's another big tournament coming up somewhere around that weekend that I'm not sure if they got to go for or not. I haven't looked at the schedule really.
Yeah.
Really, I've just been focusing on our events here.
Yep.
And this PTQ coming up.
Now,
I
how many
wanna make
how many Pro-Am spots we sold so far?
it. We're over 70 now.
How many balls?
We're over 50.
So we got about 50 balls, 70 Pro-Am spots
Yeah.
with 5 weeks to go.
Yeah.
So we're still in very good shape.
We're fine.
Yeah, we're in great shape.
We're fine.
And Budweiser's taking our booth.
Yep.
The Bud booth.
The Bud booth.
The Bud booth.
No longer Larry's booth.
No longer Larry's booth. I'd rather have Bud on there than Larry any day.
Yeah.
And what else? What else you got for news? Any other news we need to know about?
Not really. I will say that they were in here with a designer today looking at some drawings for our billiards room and restaurant.
Wow.
Mr. Alfie Oakes visited us today, and
Yes, we had Alfie in the booth.
yep. So they're gung ho. They're ready. Him and Robert.
I know they're ready.
They're ready. They're
Building.
done.
They're building a beautiful venue for us, and
It's
we're very
awesome.
lucky.
It is.
That we're so fortunate to have the financial support and the fact that.
Yeah, there's no
they're
way we'll
committed.
be able to thank those two ever enough. We'll never be able to give
yeah,
enough
there
of
was
that.
no, there was. Oh, this is a dream come true.
Yeah.
This place was done. It was a dump. The wrecking ball was coming, or it was going to be a furniture warehouse.
Even Alfie made mention to me. He says the atmosphere in here, he couldn't imagine the way it's turned out.
Yeah, nobody
he doesn't
could.
visit it very often.
I can't
but
imagine.
when he pops in and out.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine it either, and I still can't imagine.
We got a lot of good people in here too.
Well, our bowlers are so appreciative, and so thankful, and so the kindness is so generous and warm. For me personally, and I'm sure you too.
And it's the atmosphere we're creating in here too. No nonsense in here.
Yep.
People don't want to deal with it.
No.
And everybody just wants to come here and throw some bowling balls, maybe have a couple drinks with their friends, and have a good time.
I think they're more fascinated in the remodeling and the way the staff treats them when they come in the door.
Absolutely.
It's a very experienced staff of bowlers.
Customer-based, customer service based.
Yeah, customer service. And
yes, sir, no, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Yeah,
absolutely.
People in here practicing now in the afternoons and evenings.
It's starting to get busier during the day.
I know.
And it's just because of what
they're working on their games. They're
what
getting
this
balls
team is
drilled.
doing.
They're comfortable in the environment.
We got a hell of a team.
We got a hell of a team,
and it's fun. It is fun.
It is fun.
You
It's
actually
fun
get
to
to
be
wake
creative.
up liking to go to work.
Yes.
I mean, nobody likes work, but this, I mean, you can enjoy coming here.
I'll tell you, the food's fantastic.
Oh, food's
My
great.
God.
Yeah.
The food is delicious food. And
we
the
got
prices,
a lot of people jumping on board, like Tyler and Hammer.
Yeah.
They jumped on board with that. We can't. I mean, there's no way we can thank them.
Well,
enough
Tyler
except
Armour
to promote
was
their product.
Was during the worst time for our major corporations, stepped right up, gave us a great deal.
Yep.
And
the
now,
balls are good right now.
Oh, I know they're good.
How good was that damn good bird last night?
All their stuff is good. I mean, every ball they make is good.
Yeah.
I'm watching this silver ball that Altman threw 900
That
with
thing's
on
a sidewinder.
That ball is on.
Woo,
That ball's
does it come off the
great.
spot.
That ball's great. The track kinetic, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a kinetic platinum.
It's fantastic.
Yep. So, but no, they got some good equipment. I get to represent them out there. I've already talked with Mr. Chuck Gardner.
Is Bruce Kaiser your sponsor?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yep. He's been backing me for a very long time.
I didn't know. All these years I did not know.
There is, if it's a good investment, it's shitty. He's even backed me in a couple of not so good investments, but he never tells me no.
Really?
Yep. He never really tells me no.
Does he back you in the USBCs when you bet up brackets?
All of them.
What's the most you ever put up in a bracket? Like for singles, doubles, or team?
Total?
Yeah.
Well, we're always in for $2,700 or $2,800.
In brackets?
We're always in for, right around there.
What's the most you ever made in a bracket?
1 year I got back $97.85.
For 3 games?
For 3 games.
What'd you shoot?
782.
$780 for $10,000 in 3 games?
Yeah.
Jesus, what kind of a number is that? That's what I won. My only PBA title was. You got that in 3 games in a bracket?
Yeah, no, we whacked them.
Yeah, I guess you did.
We whacked them.
Where was that? Where was that at?
That was in Reno.
In Reno.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
that was the year that I placed I think it was 8th or 10th or whatever in all events.
Really?
Yeah, it was that same year.
Yeah.
So, but all right, I'm gonna go to a couple.
All right,
announcements.
David,
I'll
give
come back and
me the
give you some
scores.
more
That was Dave
okay?
Stouffer giving us a little update on our promotions, our scores. Right now, Ricky Ward leading this event with 279 in Game 1, the Bulldog, coming out of retirement tonight. Again, all of you, I want to thank you for the kindness again this evening and the support that we always get from you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm tired. I'm feeling it right now, boy. I just felt the batteries just drained. I guess you do get a little fatigue from that shot. I did not feel it yesterday. But boy, I'll tell you what, I feel it today. I just feel like the batteries just to go way down real quick. Now Ward, who left double wood and threw the ball in the gutter, something must have happened. So double, 8 in the gutter, double. You know, he's obviously gotten heavy and obviously does not bowl a lot, but you could just see what it was 20 years ago when you look at him, and 30 years ago. You could see it. This man was, you see early YouTubes of him from the 90s and the O's. I mean, this was as pure as it gets. And some of the bowlers, you know, when they've gotten off the tour, you know, they didn't burn the energy as much. Maybe ate a little more, drank a little more than they should have, and some of them put on a lot of weight in retirement, and Ricky did. And all of us wish he would have bowled the senior tour, but he does not want to bowl professionally anymore in his life. Oops. Look at Brad Stewart saying, what was that? That's not what I wanted. And again, it's tough for a lot of guys that bowled the major tour to come back and bowl the senior tour after they haven't been on a major tour for 15 years. You know, he left the major tour at 35 and never bowled again professionally. Sad. He was one of those victims of the Steve Miller debacle, who by far was the worst thing that happened to the PBA in its history. And Steve Miller's the one that started an exempt tour and started eliminating people that didn't make the top 50. And in year one, Ricky Ward, Steve Hoskins, Steve Wilson, Brian Goebel, and Bob Learn all lost their exemption. Year two, Randy Peterson and Brian Voss lost their exemption. Can you imagine sending all those champions home that took years to build up an audience of TV viewers, especially from Southwest Florida? Ricky had made TV 43 times. So when he left, there was the Southwest Florida market, literally Tampa all the way down to Naples. But then Steve Hoskins was on the other side of Tampa. So the whole west coast of Florida goes home in 1 year. That rooted for these guys. They're supposed to take 50. Hoskins was 51st and Ricky was 52nd. So none of us agreed with that, and we were never told that was going to happen. And then they hired Miller, and he decided that, you know, he wanted to come in and let the whole world know that he knew more about bowling than anyone else. And hello, Chris. And I'll never forgive him for that, because when he sent my friends home that I tried to keep out there, he did exactly the opposite of what I got in player services for. I changed their grips and gave them bowling balls for free to keep them out there. I lent them money to keep them out there. I got 10 Hall of Famers that I lent money to. 10 that went broke that I lent money to keep them out there. And this jerk comes out and is sending them home. You talk about a moron. Now, he's the one guy that'll get me going when it comes to my wrath about people that have hurt bowling. He's at the top of the list. How's that one, folks, for a little late night? Steve Miller. What's Baranicki doing now? Is Baranicki striking out for 268? Is he doing it again? No, he isn't. That's Michelanek. Wow. Michelanek with a big game. Wow. I didn't leave a 10 pin on that head. Unbelievable. Again, we want to thank all of you. We'll be going into Game 3. We'll give you the scores. Then we're going to call it a night. And I will see all of you Friday night. We will be on the air at 6:30 for the iRoof $1,000 guarantee sweeper. Oh, you got a break there, Bulldog. You got that one in. That was the 379, if there ever was one. And it caught the head pin just enough. The Bulldog showing us he's still got a little left. Ricky Ward. What do we got here? We got any action here on this pair, 19 and 20. Let's see. Is that Ice Martinez shooting 207 in the ninth? Looks like it. The Ice. This is a great view of Ice right over that left shoulder. Watch the release. Pulls that elbow out and that wrist right. Look at this. Oh boy, rip 7-10. See it? 5 stays on the deck. One of those pins is the 5 pin. Just stayed right there. Ice not happy. Learned that trick from Andy Verapapa. And now Lee Ratchen's starting to look better. I'm still waiting for the explosion. He is a fantastic bowler who's coming off a horrible year and a bad wrist, but it looks like he's getting his wrist back. I mean, he's starting to strap that thing. Some pretty good revs on that toy. Now Ward, who went 279 in game 1 with 11 strikes, can actually go 264 in game 2 with 11 strikes, striking 22 of 24 with a triple here. Interesting. Oh, yeah, way in, way too deep. See, that ball just never got left enough to see friction. And he is lucky that's not a 7-pin right there. And that happened to him in the 3rd frame, too. He left a 3-9 where he got it in. He's standing so far right. He's trying to go around the puddle, and if he gets it into it a little early, it ain't going to move. There's just a flood on the left from in. And the Bull with 79 and 01, 520, 41, excuse me, 520 with a strike, taking a pretty good lead. And Altman, who I picked, with nothing. Ball looks good, but no scores. Let's watch Ward now. But see, I don't like where he's standing. He's lucky. He starts tugging him a little bit. He'll bowl 160, getting him too deep. See that ball there? It fluttered again. There it is. See it? It's way too deep with his feet. Too deep, Hoss. 3 and 2 to the left, please. All right, Ward, 79-39. 528. Excuse me, 518s. 518. And we'll go to game 3. right, we'll have the score breakdown for you, folks. Stay with us. All right, let me get the scores for you all.
Get him, Hall.
Okay, here's the way it is after 2. Ricky Ward leading with 5:18. Second place, Brad Stewart with 5:03. Third place with 4:69, Lee Rathjen. Fourth place, Robert Hilton with 4:52. And fifth place, Jerry Michelanek with 4:44. Altman struggling with 4:06. He's the one I picked. He got the Litchi Kiss free of charge. Didn't cost him a dime. Now, right now, this is a big ball for Ward. Keep in mind, his last 2 shots were way in. He left a 3.69 and a 3.7. So keep a look where he's standing. I don't like it. He's trying to go around that puddle too much. But then again, I'm an announcer and he's a bowler. And that's to the left there. That should get back. See, that was good. Okay, got a break. See, got it far enough left. That's what he's got to do. If he touches the puddle early, it's not going to recover. So Ward now with a 15-pin lead over Brad Stewart, who's right next to him. And Brad Stewart loves this sort of scenario where he's the underdog going into the last game. He loves that kind of pressure. That's what stimulates him. Lee Rathjen at 4.69 in third, not out of it. I'd say he needs 240, 250 to have any kind of a shot. Bad break there. Brad in front of the ball return. Look at this. He's playing the looper. He's going to go around it all. Wow.
What's Hilton got?
Hilton's pretty close. 444, I think.
450.
450, yeah.
I'm gonna say he makes a run. I know he's fourth right now, but I say Hilton makes a run.
You like Hilton to make a run. Well, Hilton is definitely strong.
518 or 50.
Yeah, I thought Rakoski would be bowling tonight, Coop, too, but he left. Keep in mind, he's got Stewart right on his back at 503. He's 518. It's a good shot. Good shot for the Bulldog. Close. Trusted it. Got it left. Got it to the swing spot, no doubt about it. So now the Bulldog can lose 10 to Stewart. Stewart knows the score, believe me. Stewart's 5 pins down with a strike. So if Stewart strikes here, he narrows it to 5 pins. Baranecki. Let's get back to Stewart right here now. There he is right there. Great shot. Stewart within 5 now of Ricky Ward. The Huffer's watching late night action here, the Huffer. What's the matter, Huffer? You can't sleep? You got insomnia? The Huffer from Naples. No. Just watch Lee Ratson's elbow, folks, what he does here, how he gets that elbow and just torques it. Salvino did the same thing with his swing when he was young. Watch the elbow. Right there. Just torques it. Wow. Good, John. You're bowling Friday and Saturday? Yeah, you got action, Hoss. This is your meet, baby. Come right out of Syracuse and Naples and get over here. Syracuse to Naples to Fort Myers. Early squad Saturday morning, 9 o'clock. John, are you bowling in the under? I know this is silly, but I say this with respect. Are you bowling the over or the under on Saturday? Which division have you decided to get in? You could win either one of them. It's one of the few guys that could beat him either way. John Huffer could beat him in the 49 and under and the 50 and over. That's for the old man division. Oh, you're bowling with Chris Keene and all the veterans. I got it. Well, you'll have a good weekend. I know that. Probably have a lot of friends here rooting for you, and that's what it's all about. When you get that hometown event, you look up in the audience and see your friends pulling for you. It always helps. That was the toughest thing for a lot of people when they got on the road in their lives. I didn't mind not having anyone root for me, but I will say this. In several of my high finishes, I did, and it did mean something. It really did. Cranston, Rhode Island, Plainville, Connecticut, and Long Island, I had, and Madison Square Garden, I had a lot of people rooting in the Connecticut and New York area. I think it's important when they're rooting for you. They send you a vibe. Yes, I've been using Oragel, Harry. Just for the record, Harry, not joking. Been using Oragel, and Neosporin worked great. I rubbed it where the gums were real sore. That stuff was fantastic. It stopped it immediately. Neosporin, never would have dreamed that. But it's an antibiotic. Look at that bulldog. All of a sudden, the bulldog says, I want the money. Give me the money. It's my money. I deserve the money, and you ain't getting the money. Bulldog with 518, 4 in a row. I'm very excited for the bowlers this weekend that have never won a PBA event, like Chris Keane. Chris Keane is great. He's had a lot of chances, but he's never got lucky, and you do need a break. You need to break down a baby split to carry a week 10. And he's in the 60 and over. And I know a lot of us locally would like to see him or John win, one of our locals. You know, that's just the way it is in bowling. But I have a feeling there's going to be a few surprises in the field over the age of 50 that can flat play that we're not aware of. I think it's going to be a very strong field. Let's watch Ricky, and we'll switch over to Hilton, who could make a run if Ricky opens late, but if Ricky gets this one, he's going to open up a pretty good lead over Brad. See that? Oh, boy, did he get a break there. He got that in, and it finished just enough. And the Bulldog getting very emotional on that hit. And look at Hilton. Look what Hilton just did. How can that be? And that might have cost Hilton a shot at Ward right now. And I picked Altman. He just got going late. 403 could shoot 300 and go to second, possibly. 9 a.m. start on a 21 mil pattern. Yikes. John, up for Steve Callior been practicing? Is he getting strong enough to do this, I hope, since his open heart surgery? Hope he's ready. I don't like to see anybody push it that had open heart, but I hope he's ready because he's a hell of a bowler, but let's hope he isn't rushing it. Don't want to do that either. Look at Ricky cupping that wrist. He's trying to get a lot of tilt on it from where he's standing. Watch this one get back. Yikes. See ya. I mean, that's the spot. He's getting that thing out to about 3-4. Looks like it's hitting a bumper. And there ain't nothing going to stop that. Okay, he's going to bowl an ass stop. Good, 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 good. He don't need to rush this. You know, he's got nothing to prove. Everybody knows how good he is. I would save the strength for April rather than rush in now. It's too much, too quick. My friend Dave Davis just had open heart surgery 2 weeks ago, and he is frail. Of course, he's 79. But he sounded good yesterday, started walking again. Big difference at open heart between 64 and 79 now. God. Davis told me he never stopped smoking 40 years ago. That's the thing that really puzzled me is when he, 2 arteries, 100% blocked, 3 arteries, 2 on 100 block and 198, and the heart was still pumping. And just those things went. Boy, is he lucky. I hugged him before I left on Monday. Told him I'd see him next Thursday. That's coming back. Watch this one. Look where that thing's breaking back. Look at a touch on Ward. He still got it. It's an old bulldog. Well, I wanted the bowl tonight, John, the minute I saw 2 arrows out there, but At 71, I just ain't got it, Hoss. I don't think the 12-pounder with the 4x6x 8x2 layout would really get the job done. So I decided to take the easy way out and get paid overtime for talking, which is something I can really do. Look at Lee running him out. Lee. Goldilocks for the win. That's hilarious. That's our private John. That's our private joke. Absolutely ridiculous. How the hell did that happen? Only the world of bowling. Lane 26 with the famous. So now Stewart in trouble for second place. Ricky Ward can shoot 800. It's still got 800 in the wood, folks. How about that? Nice to see him bowling again. Let's see what we got here now. We got anybody? Altman with 69. Ice bowling good, but not enough. Rizzo can get a 67. Does look like lefty night. What do they all think? This is San Jose? What's going on here? No, nothing big there making any moves. I did not expect Ward to do this, Cooper. Not even close. He's not practiced. He doesn't really want to bowl. He's got a bad right leg. But every once in a while, one of those old dogs comes out and says, you know what? One of those old bulldogs comes out of that kennel and says, I got a little bite left. Leanne, how about that old bulldog, Leanne? Beating them young puppies out there. I did not expect this at all. And I mean, it's hard not to pick a man that's won 6 PBA titles, but when they haven't bowled much, you just don't expect 800. And the left's good, you know, obviously the left's very playable, but you still got to make shots. You know, they just don't hand you strikes. You're not kidding. He's a well-seasoned bulldog. In fact, he could be well done, Leanne. Look where he's standing. He's standing 40 with the right one. Going out over 15, 16, bringing it back from about 4. Look at this. Watch this one. Ooh, oh, look at this messenger. Oh, Ricky Ward. Check him out. The bulldog saying, yeah, I didn't get that name for nothing. Look at that old bulldog. Little $300 3 games to go home with. How about that? So Ward with 518 and 79. If he spares, he's at 797 for if he goes 279. That's crazy. He needs a strike for 800. Now last week Baranecki had 800, and about a month ago Duran had 800. So it's like every week somebody gets locked in here and just whacks them. Time for bed. It's me too, John. Three balls for Ricky Ward, and it's night. I'm tired. Bring the fan club with you there, Huffer. Got $1,000 Friday night and a big weekend. Might make a score. Yes, the left side was very good tonight. Bob Lockhart, Sacramento Bob. Oh, that's there. Watch this. How do you stop that, folks? So the Bulldog can go 8-18 out of nowhere. Hadn't bowled a sweeper or any action in months on end. Thank you, Doug Clark. Thank you for always being aboard and so kind, Doug Clark. And here we go. This is it, Ricky Ward for 800 and the teens. And Ricky Ward giving us a little thrill tonight, folks. The 1991 PBA Rookie of the Year, 30 years ago this year. And now Ricky Ward for 300 for our nice little group tonight. Nice way to end the evening. Come on, Bulldog. Give us 10 in the pit there, brother. Come on hard. There it is, Ricky Ward, 300, and gets a nice applause. And you can't stop greatness, folks. How about that? Thank you, Harry Wright and Rick Wilbur. Thank you so much. All right, so Ricky Ward takes home the bacon. Little $300 hit for the Bulldog. I'm tired. I'm going home. I got a day off tomorrow. Don't know what I'm going to do yet. I've got no idea. But I'm going to cherish my day off. I don't have to be in here Friday till about 4:30. So again, as usual, folks. Hey, come over here. Get over here.
Yeah, baby.
Get over here, you Bulldog.
What's up?
What kind of vitamins you taking this morning? Shooting 818 with 300, just like that.
I'll tell you, you know where this all started?
Where?
Don Barrett. You think I'm kidding? I looked at his thumb. He had 5 pieces of tape in the ball.
And you put tape in. And you never use tape.
My thumb, I've been hitching out of the ball for the longest time. And I finally made the thumb hole, which I could put my big toe in. And I finally can make it so big I could put 3 pieces of white tape in it.
Yeah.
And if I need to take a piece out.
Look at this, it's payday. My God, Bulldog, you ain't made that much money bowling
I'm back.
Since Clinton was president.
Don't forget the side action money, Larry.
Oh my God, Bulldog, what are you doing?
I'll take it.
You taking all these people money? Jesus, you come out and rob your friends?
No, Don Barrett.
Don Barrett, tape.
300, 800, bro.
300, 800.
Good ball.
That's a Bulldog. So you started using tape?
More tape.
More tape.
I've made my tape my thumb hole so perfect that I can only have 1 white and 1 black.
Yeah.
And like last week I went 170, and I said, that's it. I went to the pro shop.
Yep.
I opened up the thumb hole.
Yep.
Like I opened it up to 1 5/64 on the side, and it was swimming.
Yeah.
And I packed it with tape, and that's what I've been. And it just feels so free.
What, the softness of it and the gripping of it? The gripping, the texture. The texture.
Yeah, but when I go to release it, no drag.
No drag, even though there's texture. Yeah. So loosen your swing up.
No, Don Barrett.
Don Barrett.
You know when we built the USBC, I go out and watch John Janowitz. I'm looking at these pristine thumb holes.
Yes.
He had more tape than you can get in a box. And I'm like, wow, what's wrong with me? And then Don Barrett comes in. He's got 5 whites. And I said, that's it. And then I finally surrendered.
Wow. Evidently, you surrendered out of nowhere. You just come in and shoot 8-18 like you've been bowling 100 games a week. It ain't that easy, you know, bro. It ain't that easy. Look, they're getting fingers pointed at you. All right.
It's all good. Thank you, Larry.
All right, Ricky. Thank you, sir. All right, everybody. A living legend. And again, we want to thank all of you as usual. See you Friday at 6:30 for the iRoof $1,000 guarantee sweeper. Saturday morning at 8:30. Sunday morning at 8:30 for qualifying and match play of the iRoof non-champions 50 and over, 50 under event, PBA event here in Southwest Florida. Thank you all again so much. And as always, I want to wish all of you a lot of good luck, good bowling. See you Friday, and thank you so much as usual. Thank you. Okay. Another night.